Travel draws here, time to let it flow. We'll sketch and laugh, won't you come along? With every stroke we'll sing our song. Travel draw, let your imagination soar. Travel draw, bring art to every door. No need to be perfect, just have some fun. Travel draw for everyone. From silly doodles to masterpieces bright, we'll make something special day and night. Colors explode with each new design. In Travel draw, it's always fine. Travel draw, let your imagination soar. Travel draw, bring art to every door. No need to be perfect, just have some fun. Travel draw for everyone. So grab a brush or a pen or a crayon. Make a mark any way you can.
And we are live. Hi, welcome everybody. Joining in tonight as well. Let's fix the music. All right. Hi, welcome everybody. Joining in tonight. We have an interesting one to talk about tonight. So those that are tuning in tonight, we're gonna be talking about the pending polar shift. Now, some people might be like, oh, this is just science fiction. Except for it's now pretty much science fact. It is something that's happening. There's nothing that we can do to stop it. And just prepare. I mean, that's all we're going to be able to do. We don't know how exactly damaging this is. I mean, there's the catastrophic predicament. And then there's the, we can probably live through this fairly easily. But we will have some problems. And there will still be a death toll. But yeah, I mean, it's not exactly something we can stop. But a little science tonight. We're going to cover a few topics that we haven't covered, or that we covered before, with Kirsche. I do realize her name is Kirsche now, as a vtuber. Not about Kirsche herself, but the attack on Kirsche. So we'll talk about that today. And we'll be doing a lot of art, particularly witching. I know I didn't label which one we're doing, but we're doing witching tonight, because I've been doing witching this afternoon, and even though I had to take a nap because I didn't sleep much last night, we've been getting these 3 to 4 a.m. drawing sessions going these last few days, and mainly because I got to do Love Potion Lament. So we're entering a contest that is for Clip Paint Studio, and one of the issues with Clip Paint in this element, and we froze again, haven't we? We froze again. All right, I'm gonna pause for a second here. I just realized I'm gonna mute so it doesn't have a reverb.
Creating something new, and drips and splatters, it's a beautiful mess. Drawing inspiration, no rules, no stress, sketching lines and shapes. Bringing worlds to life, I's got the talent, she'll guide you through the night. Pencil strokes dancing across the page, let your imagination break out its cage. Abstract or realistic, it's all up to you. Done it in doodles, I's got the clue.
Alright, sorry about that. I don't know what was going on. This does make it sound a little bit better. And doing this, we're trying to fix the VTubing. I don't know what's going on there. I mean, it's technical issues. So, yeah, we're going to talk about a few things. So we're going to be talking into the polar shift. It's a unique element, but it's happened before in the history of the Earth. We technically have survived it before. We'll technically survive it again, or at least in the sense of humanity, will likely survive it again. But we're talking some pretty interesting scenarios. So for those who don't know, the Earth rotates on an axis because of its magnetic poles. So its magnetic poles are based off the iron ore in the core of the planet reacting to the rotation patterns and whatnot. But the thing about iron, liquid iron in this sense, which is what our core is made of, it flips. It rotates and flips and whatnot. And I think it's a lot. It's like a couple 400,000 years or 40,000 years or so. It's supposed to flip, and we're well overdue. And we're now getting signs from science, particularly places like the information that we're getting of the magnetic pole shift. The articles we're going to show are notable ones, including the Smithsonian talking about this. That what's happened before, and we know it's happened before because they've done, they made discoveries in Greenland about, hey, Greenland used to have tropical trees. Well, why did it have tropical trees? Because Greenland at one time was on the equator. And a lot of people originally thought, oh, well, it was back when Pangea was a thing. Well, likely, somewhat, yeah. But it was also when the polar shift occurred last time. So what's happening right now is the current magnetic pole is not, where we think of north. It's not up in the Arctic Circle. It's in Siberia right now. Which gives a signs to science, okay, the pole is moving. And eventually, at one point, the Earth is going to catch up and start to change its axis. And what's going to happen is certain parts of the world are going to rotate dramatically. Now, could it happen slowly over years? Yes. Could it happen suddenly over, a few minutes? Yes. The more dangerous one is if it happens in a few minutes. Because then you're talking about, the Earth sort of flipping, and it's like trying to move a glass of water without spilling it really fast. And it's not really going to be possible because you're going to get the slosh. And what that slosh is you're talking hundreds of feet of waves, and then the slow melting of what is the current polar ice caps as they freeze in locations that are currently inhabited. Looking at the guess of the poles, it's likely going to be somewhere in Europe's going to be our northern, or the far north Arctic Circle area. And somewhere down in the Pacific, probably around Hawaii, is going to be the South Pole. This means America is going to be in the southern continent, or southern hemisphere from now on. And the danger of that is, one, you're going to have dramatic climate change throughout the world. And we're not talking about, man-made climate change. We're talking genuine climate change, where territories and whatnot. Cooking Dojo, hey, how's it going? Glad to see you come in and join. So yeah, you're going to see some changes in the polar shift that's going to be pretty dramatic. Now, the bigger threat is going to be people in lower water level areas. And we'd like to think the Midwest is going to be safe, but it's not. Unfortunately, the Mississippi is going to turn more likely into a bay, and the East Coast will be almost an island, believed, if not a peninsula, in sort of a weird shape. And we got a couple maps we'll go over and cover. They're different maps of what people have predicted, and we don't know if they're going to be, how it actually comes to be, because no one's been alive and recorded this. I mean, if we're talking, you know, yes, humans were probably alive last time, but humanity also wasn't there to record it. And a lot of people think, okay, maybe this is what science refers to as what biblically is referred to as the Great Flood, was a polar shift. It's possible. I mean, if it does it dramatically, it's possible. If it does it slowly, it's less likely to have the giant waves, but the change of weather is going to be dramatic. I live on the East Coast. We're going to become more of a subtropical environment based off of the current estimated maps. Places like London and France, they're going to have they're going to be a frozen wasteland, essentially, and it's so, you know, freaky that, you know, most people will be like, oh, well, this is science fiction, but we're seeing the evidence of the actual magnetic pole moving, and so it's not fiction when we can track down exactly what's happening and be like, oh, this is a problem. This is going to be a huge problem for us worldwide, and some areas will be a little bit better off. Actually, I think they said India might be the new North Pole, the new Arctic. But places like Japan will not feel much of a change. You know, water levels might, you know, be an issue, and people will lose lives with flooding as the Earth changes. No matter which way, if we do it fast, it's going to be a lot of lives. If we do it slow, it's going to be a few lives, but it'll still, in areas of the world, will be underwater that used to be on land. And a lot of that has to do with the ice movements and whatnot. And I mean, it's been a big threat. Some people have been calling for it. And why is this a big concern now? Well, a few weeks ago, we had a magnetic pulse that kind of took out the electronic grid in Spain, Portugal, and parts of France. Now, the original story was, it was heated temperatures. You know, those heated temperatures of, 20 degrees Celsius, 75, around 70 degrees Fahrenheit. You know, those huge, horrible temperatures. Yeah, it wasn't temperatures. It was magnetic weakness. So, when this shift occurs, the magnetic pole of the Earth is going to drop. And with that, we're going to be exposed to a lot of dangers. So, stuff like radiation attacks. If we get a solar flare, Earth could be very damaged from that. We'll have less chance of avoiding meteorites at that time. And you'll have elements coming about that I kind of want its eyes to be different. Elements about through the Earth as it changes. We'll have probably days where it's going to have to be advised to people to stay indoors, to stay away from the radiation. And the electric grid can very much be destroyed. This has been something they've been warned about for years, that it was coming. So there's no excuse as to why not. And sadly, the governments have not done well to make sure their grid is up to snuff for this kind of stuff. And that is why when that hit in Spain, their electronics fried and died. And so the grid was destroyed. And that is the biggest sort of threat to our current society. If we go down without a grid, we're talking going back in the days when electricity wasn't a thing. A lot of people are like, oh, well, we're going back to the revolutionary era. No. We didn't technically have electricity back until the, even the early 1900s. We will survive. I mean, we know how to survive. We have means to survive. but it's not going to be a nice, easy thing. It's going to take a while to get the grid back up. It's going to take a while to get, where electricity and is back and running and whatnot. But once we do, I mean, you're talking 20 years to 30 years of doing that, and different countries that survive. Of course, with all this, you'll have global war, global turmoil going on as well, because people are going to be like, well, we're devastated. We're devastated. Absolutely, we can't live with this kind of scenario. And I mean, it's a scary world. It really is a scary world in this sense. And for us to kind of be like, oh, well, it's nothing to worry about. There is absolutely something to worry about. Now, it'll be interesting because, like I said, being in the Southern Hemisphere, North America will, have a different sky about them. We will be sharing that Southern Hemisphere probably with, parts of the world, most likely, it's kind of hard to say. I'd say a lot of the Pacific maybe will be in the Southern Hemisphere, but you'll have some of South America, some of, actually Central and South America are in bad shape themselves. But yeah, there'll be South America as well with us down there. It's basically you take the international date line and you flip it to the equator. And that's sort of how you can tell where the world will be about. It's just a matter of we didn't know which way it would go for years. We knew it was a threat, but they didn't know it was like, oh, will North America be, the new South Pole, or will Europe be the new South Pole? What part of the world will be that way? And given the fact that we now have the polar shift going to Siberia, it's like, okay, we can estimate that it's going to be Asia, part of Asia, particularly around China and India, down into that. So the what is normally on the equator will be more than likely the North Pole. And parts of California, you're going to be going from them sunny temps to them cold temps. That's if you still are around. I hate to say it, but I mean, you're going to expect some, with this, you're going to expect some huge earthquakes. There are going to be some dramatic earthquakes and shifting of the planet that will not be what we're used to. You're going to be we're talking about, potential 9+ scale earthquakes. The most harsh earthquakes in the world ever recorded, because the earth is literally moving. It's magnetically moving, but it's physically moving as well. And to have a situation where you gotta be like, oh, well, my life is at risk because, hey, we're gonna take these shifts, and be like, oh, no, can we survive? And again, yeah, we can survive. Yeah. Plot twist: aliens will come down and save us. From Joseph Sinino. Maybe. We don't know. We don't know. The thing is for scientists to go from, oh, that's a myth, that's a fake thing, to this is happening. So now you're gonna, over the next few months to years, you're gonna start hearing more and more concern over this from governments, from different institutions, basically saying humanity needs to kind of change their ways. That we're gonna, the Earth is gonna be different, and we need to, all come together and adapt and whatnot. And it's more, when it happens, it's gonna be more, screw you, I'm trying to save my own life scenario. And that's just human instinct. I mean, we are gonna at least go back towards the days of 1900s, if not early or mid 1800s world type scenario. At least with most things. I mean, we'll still have some technology that'll be more advanced that we can still use. I mean, guns won't stop working. So, we'll have guns. You'll just have to go back to the days of having to hand make your stuff. Because it'll take a little while for us to get technology back up to where it is and advance. But yeah, I mean, it is something that's truly terrifying. So 820, I got a lot of stuff to get to, so we're going to go ahead and show you one of the first articles and the maps. So that was our Twitter. So Earth's magnetic pole is officially moving. Scientists just updated its location. This is from Science Alert. The time to recalibrate navigation systems on ships, airplanes, and positions of the magnetic North Pole is officially changed. Continuing its shift from Canada towards Siberia, experts of the U.S. National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, and the British Geological Survey have joined forces as they do 5 years to produce a new, more accurate world magnetic map model. So, here is the original pole. So you're kind of seeing it. It used to be up here. But now, I mean, you can see, it used to be up in the far tips of North America. Now it's almost over to Russia. And so they're worried once it hits 2030 to 2040, which would be somewhere like around here, that that's when the flip will occur. So basically, while the geological North Pole is a fixed place and very summit of the Earth axis, the WW endpoints of the magnetic North Pole, where the Earth magnetic field points straight down, is perfectly vertical magnetic field. So what technology will this knock out, if any? Anything using electricity. Batteries probably will still be fine, but we're talking about anything that uses electricity, unless they fix the electrical grid. Because there is a way to shield our electrical grid from this. We have the means. We need to get on it. Seriously. This is why it was a threat with the power grid dropping in Spain, Portugal, and France earlier last month. So I mean, it's a serious problem. That's point one. So if we live without electricity for about 30, 40 years, which they're expecting may be possible, if we don't prepare ourselves for the change, you're talking a lot of issues. You're talking refrigeration is going to be an issue. You're going to talk about, means of, technology and information. We won't be able to have communication skills. We will be at threat with medication being an issue. So a lot of technology will go away, and this is something. It's been on the alert since I think the 80s that this was going to happen. Maybe, well, actually, they're saying 1900 to 1950, actually, right here. This has been on the mindset that we'd have to change. This would happen potentially around that point. Well, current world order, anyway. Yeah, current world order. I will not doubt that governments and nations will be, break down. That's a definite. We're breaking down without the magnetic pole issue. The nations we certainly have. Yeah. So it goes on about the iron and nickel inside the planet ship. So does the Earth magnetic field. Using a compass or GPS system, knowing exactly where these points are is crucial. So basically, until this shift is over, GPS is going to be worthless. Same with compasses, because it's going to be like, okay, compass is here, now it's somewhere different. So we're looking at, let's see, basically, magnetic north has been slowly moving from Canada since the 1500s. In the past 20 years, accelerated towards Siberia, increasing the speed every year until about 5 years ago, when it suddenly decelerated from 50 to 35 kilometers per year. So I mean, it sounds like it's not that much of a shift, but it really is. I mean, you're talking about taking the pole and moving it, you know, about a city size each year, if not larger. So research suggests the two magnetic lobes, one under Canada and one under Siberia, are driving the shifting magnetic north. Sometimes the shifts are dramatic enough for an emergency update is required outside the usual 5-year cycle. So this is the threat they're talking about. For the first time, a high-resolution map is also available, which offers more than 10 times more detail, spatial resolution to 32 kilometers at the equator compared to 300 kilometers. So basically, going into this, we go into all this kind of stuff here. I'm going to show some maps of what America will look like. So this is one possible map of America in the future. California gone a little. The problem here is some scientists are saying if we do get a wave, you know, massive waves, it's going to be 300. It's going to be 100 feet in size, wave-wise. So it's saying, oh, you know, a chunk it go through the Rockies. I don't believe it's going to go through the Rockies like this, and I don't believe the East Coast is going to be that damaged. But the common census is down here in the lower lines of the Middle West. You're going to have a lot of Mississippi is going to become more of a bay than a river so much. And part of my belief here is because we have previous examples of what things are. So, previous example, my area used to be glacial, which ironically is not going to be glacial now. They're talking about. This is another very, very dramatic map of the world, and they're putting land masses, which doesn't make any sense why they'd be there. Another one that kind of is a little bit more dramatic about the world. It's saying the magnetic poles will be down here and here, maybe. So I don't believe that. I believe the pole will be actually around here. This map is, you know, several years old. They're predicting, yeah, around India and possibly over here. It's a bit dramatic to say it's going to be like that, and Africa is going to be in the middle. That's a bit too close for magnetic poles. It is showing hot Earth, which is ridiculous. My house will become beachfront property according to that map. Does it mean that tech comes back? I'll have a massive spike in my property value. Yes, yes, yes. So yeah, some homes in the middle of states or in higher elevation might become beachfront properties. I think overall a lot of people are like, "Oh, Europe's screwed. Europe is screwed from this." So here's another map that kind of goes it now. Where these maps come from? So a lot of this assumption of maps is by the psychic Edgar Casey. And so a lot of scientists are like, no, we don't believe it will be that. It's a little too dramatic about what Casey predicted. Now, there will be dramatic changes in the environment, yes, but they don't believe the Rockies are going to be hit as much. California might be considered an island, and see, Edgar Casey put these islands that appear out of nowhere that make no sense because science can tell you there's nothing, no land mass down here. There, in fact, right here is around the Ariana Trench, which is the deepest point on Earth. It's not happening. So it's weird. You can find some more maps around there, but most of them are going to be based off of Ed Casey. There's not really a scientific map out yet. All they know is that based on the current estimates, North America will be in the southern hemisphere, and places like Japan will still relatively not be in a different territory, but they'll be in a different position on Earth than where they are. Africa will be a little bit more towards the north and have a better climate than it does now, so it won't be as arid and dry. Europe is pretty much screwed. Because both, one, the landmass is not that great for a shift in water. If you use the climate change predictions of water change where water seas will rise, it would be a problem. And I mean, we'd have a slow melting. People think it's going to be a dramatic melting. No, it's not going to be a dramatic melting. It'll be slow, it'll occur, because ice doesn't melt that fast. Now, will it melt? Yes. But at the same time, we're going to be freezing other areas of the world. And so we're going to be seeing areas of the world that normally exist fine. And it really is looking down to be around Hawaii, that Pacific area. Maybe a new pole or new Antarctica area. Antarctica, of course, its landmass will appear and be habitable. So it's not. We're not looking at a very fun time in the future. So there's the answer. 450,000 years on average this happens, and it's happened 183 times in the last 83 million years. So it's not something of scientific fiction. It's happened before. It's gonna happen again. It's just a matter of we know it's gonna happen. It's just when it's gonna happen. So we're showing a few more of these things. I mainly want to go over all this because the second hour we're gonna go into a little bit of the Kirsche situation because we cover that a bit. But I do want to cover more of this in a little bit. We'll cover the Smithsonian take on it and a few others. So we've known this for a while. The magnetic field has already decreased by 10% over the last 180 years. That is why a lot of people believe cancer is at a higher risk, especially skin cancer, because our magnetic field is what keeps radiation out. And the weakening of the magnetic field will make radiation a higher risk, as well as the electronics going down. So there will be points in times where we're going to have awareness, alerts, and they're going to have to scientifically find a way to track radiation while electricity is still being a problem, and be like, okay, this is a stay indoors day. Do not go outside because you will be exposed with dangerous levels of radiation. And fires are going to be easily created because of this. It's a matter, again, of how quickly this change will be. So, let's see here. Link between the decreasing field and the geomagnetic reversal is called the recent ancient geomagnetic field anomalies, shed light on future evolution of South Atlantic anomaly. The author, Andreas Nielsen, geologist in Lund Fund in Sweden. We have mapped changes of the Earth's magnetic field over the past 9,000 years, and the anomalies like one in the South Atlantic are probably recurring phenomenon linked to correspondent variations in the strength of the Earth's magnetic fields. So we're already seeing radiation problems in the South Atlantic. We've been seeing it for years. It's a problem. Researchers examined 3 types of evidence: solidified volcanic samples, segmented drill cores, and burnt archaeological artifacts. The artifacts, like clay pots, have been heated over 580 degrees Celsius to 1,076 Fahrenheit, allow magnetic materials to reorient themselves to the Earth's magnetic field at a time. All 3 types of evidence act like time capsules, capture a shot of the Earth's magnetism at a specific time. We have developed a new modeling technique to observing the difference of the periods and locations of one global reconstruction in magnetic field over the past 9,000 years, so Nielsen. The Earth's magnetic field is a dipole field, which, because it has 2 poles, like a bar magnet, the dipole movement, dm, measures the field's polarity and separation in positive and negative charges. In this study, researchers reconstructed the Earth's dm in the prior 9,000 years, which make up the bulk of the Hyoscene epoch, but differentials between the paleomagnetic data and segmental lavas artifacts during the Hyoscene. So I need to see what the hell Hyacinth epoch is. I think it's the most of the humanity time. So Hyacinthine, geological, so the last glacial period. So yes, this was the concept of the Ice Age. So a lot of people are like, oh, well, you know, the Ice Age occurred because the cooling. It's possible it more likely occurred because of our Earth's rotation. So there have been previous ice ages that have not been, you know, magnetic rotation issues, but it can cause a serious problem. Like I said, humanity has gone through this before and survived. It's dangerous, and the fact that we are reliant upon technology, and the fact that we're going to have a lot of anomalies, we're going to have earthquakes and volcano eruptions to a larger scale than most people realize. It's just, a good example, let's see. So I researched this a few years ago when I did 11 Kingdoms. What is a 9.5 earthquake like? Even in a place like California. So in 11 Kingdoms, I flat out destroy California. Well, San Francisco. I gave them a 9.5 earthquake occurring at the beginning of the story. And San Francisco was just flattened. Even though they are prepared for, you know, higher level earthquakes, when you get a 9.0, that is when steel becomes liquid just by reverberation. So you are talking, you know, absolutely devastating earthquakes. And in a lot of places that are prone to earthquakes, more severe earthquakes, they're going to be feeling those dramatic earthquakes. They're going to be in danger. That's why they're like, a lot of scientists are like, the the West Coast is going to be in trouble with this. We also might be in danger with, you know, what's believed to be the threat of the supervolcano that is Yellowstone. Now, the problem here is, with the change of the core, certain new cracks are also going to form. So we're going to find new cracks in areas where new volcanoes are active, where new earthquake activity might occur. Now, we can judge earthquake activity a little bit better because of the tectonic plates, but it's also going to be a matter of, you know, what's this going to be like on the tectonic plates? How much will Earth shift? We don't know. I want to say, I mean, this is, you know, scary stuff, but, you know, if we prepare, we'll be fine. The key is to focus on the grid so we don't lose too much electricity, that we can, you know, lives will be saved just by that. Because if we take electricity away, human lives are going to be lost no matter what. It doesn't matter if there's any other disaster, you take down the electrical grid, people are going to die. And that will happen with the Earth magnetic pole shift, because our grid will be at risk with radiation. It's happened before. There was literally a point, I mean, we talked about the point in Spain and Portugal that happened a few weeks ago, but there was a point in the 1800s where we got hit with a radiation spike from the sun, and all the telegraph lines caught on fire. And they had to fully rebuild them. And that was when we weren't reliant on science and technology. I mean, in a world of science and technology, it's dangerous. And people are like, oh, well, you can use stuff like Starlink. Starlink requires a GPS use. And if our GPS is screwed, Starlink is going to be screwed. It's a better option because, yeah, it's going to be in space, but at the same time, it relies on the magnetic field. It's a doomsday scenario for everything, and the fact that people need to know, hey, this is going to be a problem no matter what. If we get the easy route, which I'm praying we get the easy route, it'd be less life lost, but we don't know. very much, scientists do worry that we will hit the hard route with the 100-foot waves. And you're talking, a wave of 100 feet hitting our coastlines, wiping out everything life-wise from, up to where 100 feet go on land. I'm not located on the beach, but I am not too far from the beach. I can drive, a few hundred miles to get to the beach. My area will probably be the new coastline. Places like New York, you're screwed. Places like LA, you're screwed. What happens to CERN's collapse? That is another progressive problem. CERN, those who don't know, CERN, if it goes down, it could potentially cause the worst catastrophe of anything. CERN, they do have it sheltered, and they do have that one, set up, I believe, to take damage. But CERN may end up underwater, considering where its location is. And CERN, being what it is, an acceleration or particle accelerator to the nth degree, could create a mini black hole. That is the devastating scenario. Like, if we keep electricity but tectonic plates movement messes with CERN, it could really, it would really screw things up. CERN is a dangerous scenario. It's part of the reason why people were against CERN using the particle accelerator for years. They did build in scenarios, I believe, to avoid this, because they knew this is a possibility for decades. This is not something new. CERN would be a concern, though. Hopefully, at best, if they shut down CERN, when they start it going and shut it down, it should not be a problem. It should not be a bigger issue. But this is why we have things like the seed vault up in the areas of Finland. This is why they exist. Now, hopefully they have that sucker built up high. I don't know. I'm not a member. I don't know much about the seed vault, but that is how we have the means to get back to our seeds and regrow life from scenarios that are devastating like this. But this is a concern, and this is something we will be dealing with in the next 20 to 30 years. It is not something that it will not be known. It's gonna be the talk. And this is the start of really alerting the world to it. It's like, this is a problem. This is something we're gonna have to deal with. Now, I'm hoping, that scientists are working on solutions should something happen. I'm hoping that. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know how well I can trust the government. It's like, can they do it? But I mean, there are reasons why there are contingencies out there. There's reasons why we have other means of technology going into play, and we're learning about more technology now because of the threats. I just got an alert. Ironically, I just got an alert about flood watch in my area because we've been having nasty storms. If society falls, the seed vault won't save us. Some petty will be tribal, and we'll try and just seize control it. Pretty much. I don't doubt it. You will see tribal elements come in and a lot of things, and it's a lot of people are like, oh, we're going to go back to the Stone Age. It's like, no, we'll more likely be in the 1800s kind of style, but it'll be more like the Old West, but all over the freaking world. Where we'll be like, okay, you mess with me, I'm going to mess with you. That kind of stuff. And like the kinds you see in all post-apocalyptic stories. I mean, it is possible. It is possible. I mean, this... A lot of people talk about, that, the world is in this great and amazing, the Star Trek concept, the world being in this great utopia where we all get along together and we just have issues with, other aliens. That ain't ever happening, folks. We're never going to see the Star Trek utopia. That was always far too much of a reach for them to come up with. So Gene Roddenberry, as much as his idea of a utopia, it's not likely to happen. The world is not kind. There's a lot of selfish people in this world. Those wannabe tip point dictators will start their own mini dictatorships by getting a bunch of thugs and guns together. Pretty much. Some countries might be better off than others with, who's in power and whatnot, but it's a question of what countries are changed and how they are changed over the next century, essentially. And to understand what changes will occur in our lives. It's, kind of bad guys in every Fallout game. Pretty much. I do see Fallout as the more possible scenario here. And ironically, Fallout Season 2 just announced their trailer and whatnot, and they showed off New Vegas today. It's Caesar, the guy who ran New Vegas, whose name I forget, etc. I don't remember Caesar's name in Fallout that much, but I never really got along with the guy. I always sneak into there and be like all peace and full and talk, and then slaughter his ass. Get rid of the freaking Legion, because they were always a problem. I don't like the slavery guys, but you're gonna see that. It's gonna happen. Modern slavery exists, and people don't understand that. It does in a lot of countries. It still exists in China, still exists in a lot of Middle Eastern countries. Slavery still exists. And we talked about it before, and actually when we get into the Kirsche situation, we'll talk about a little bit more about it, because there was an issue with another VTuber over the same video I watched about slavery and the penal system here in the U.S. No, I meant the dictator of New Vegas. It's one of the tip-top dictators I was thinking about. Okay. Oh, yeah. It's a threat. We need to basically understand a few things. So it's things that will help us survive. So let's talk about that. Things that will help us survive. One, like I said earlier, solidifying our grid. That will help. Making sure that our grid will last and survive through the threat. You guys get to see a few previews of things. That's not a preview, that's already out, but I'm using it as a color marker. So, yeah, you will see changes. One of the good things to note is know how to grow plants. Knowing how to grow your own garden, knowing how to hunt would be also handy. Maybe even hunt without a gun, because more likely, people are going to have guns. They're going to want those for safety over stuff. If electricity stays, we just mostly stay the same as the world order, but without Europe. Possibly. It depends on where it lands. It really does. Because, some scientists are saying India. Some scientists are saying Europe. It's a mixed bag. It's probably the Middle East area. Somewhere around Turkey and whatnot might be around, colder temps. It definitely isn't. But the world will be devastated no matter what, even if we keep our electricity. If America stays as a nation, I feel, so does Africa. Africa is probably honestly the best scenario, because a lot of African nations don't rely on electricity as much. They're not dependent, and they can survive. Now, I'm not saying they won't have, tribal warfare, because they have tribal warfare now. Such is the case right now going on with the South Africans coming here in the United States, because the threat of genocide on the white South Africans. But yeah, America would possibly survive. Most of Asia. The problem is the new North Pole will probably be around in Asia. And so warmer climates such as India and whatnot are gonna have to survive bitter cold that will happen really at a real quick rate. Just like parts of Western America are going to have to start surviving on colder temps on the regular. And North America will become more tropical. if electricity goes, there won't be any nations. Pretty much. There might be still a few. We don't know, because the thing about America, and the thing that we always don't calculate, because we don't know it, is how far advanced is our American scientists. Where are they at? Because there's a lot of stuff, unfortunately, we don't know about, because the American scientists usually are held tight by the U.S. government to be, well, silenced and what they've done and what they've created. So we might have more advanced technology than we even understand at our disposal. We don't know. And I wouldn't put that past other countries like China. I don't know about Russia, because Russia's really, really hard to say. Russia's advanced, but Russia's still working with technology that's 30, 40 years old. The more devastated countries are going to be countries that get hit worse. And the volcanic activity is definitely going to be one of the main problems, that no matter what happens, if the electricity grid stays up, the volcanic activity is going to be a problem for certain areas. And it could be from where current volcanoes are to where new volcanoes form. Because the magnetic shift will cause points where the hot spots that build up volcanoes are different. So we'll see a change in that, but with the dramatic shift, you'll still see some of them erupt pretty severely. Hopefully there'll be more like Hawaiian volcanoes where they erupt, but it's not traumatic, versus an Everest or a Kilauea, where they erupt violently. It's a dangerous scenario, but again, ways to help yourself learn how to survive on a land that's not based on technology. Learn. It's hard to say learn the directions, because the directions are going to change. We'll start seeing this here in the U.S. We're going to start seeing the sun set in the west, but it's going to be, it'll start setting in the north versus the west, for us. So, plot twist, the pole, or what is currently the north for us. Twist, the pole shift ironically diffuses the time bomb that is Yellowstone. Hopefully. Yellowstone, like I said, the biggest threat for America is if it does set off Yellowstone, because setting off Yellowstone, pretty much, even just now, if Yellowstone goes off without us having moved at all, would pretty much from Ohio to Wisconsin, or not Wisconsin, Idaho, I'd say. From Ohio to Idaho will be cased in blackness for days, if not years, and may not even be inhabitable, because of the volcanic ash from a supervolcano. And people are like, oh, well, what's the big threat of a supervolcano? Supervolcano, the only thing we know about supervolcanoes is what we've studied from Mars, because we don't have an active supervolcano on Earth. And that's the threat. If an active supervolcano goes off in the world, it's going to devastate the world entirely. The world will face dark period. It's happened before in the world when Kilauea erupted and some others erupted, that we had colder temps those years because the Earth was sheltered with a cloud of dust for 2 or 3 years. I mean, even Mount St. Helens there was colder temps in the United States the years Mount St. Helens erupted, because it was just so much dust in the air that prevented the sunlight, so it made it cooler temps. But yeah, if you're talking that, I mean, we are talking a large devastation. Now, if it happens after the polar shift, that volcano, we'd be talking about the changing in our trade winds and our jet streams. So the ash would actually shed out towards more South America, but hit places like Mexico and the Caribbean. So it's a matter of when it would occur. I hate to be the doomsayer here, folks. I really do. But I mean, we are talking scenario of the world not being in a good situation. And the more we are ready for it, the better we can prepare for it. Big fathead professor here, and witching. Is this magic, or am I the fool? But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a time period for people to prepare for. And I mean, even though we have a greater understanding of technology, a greater understanding of how to make technology, and a simple example is a toaster. You can try to make a toaster in the world by yourself, but it's not possible. You're gonna need materials and understanding that is beyond a single person's understanding. It needs multiple steps and whatnot, and techniques and technology that is beyond our ability as human beings to create. We need machines, we need tools and whatnot that are all reliant on electricity. So things like a toaster would be not possible. Good thing is fire won't be affected. And simple tools like a toaster, a traditional toaster, which was a metal prong that you put over the fire and toast your bread, would still be possible. But learn how to make a fire, folks. That's another good advice. Learn how to make a fire. Learn how to make a shelter, because you might need it. These basic tasks are good sense in any scenario to learn how to do. I mean, there will be threats, by disease and all their rampant things. Occultists predicted a while ago. They said aliens would save us. Well, I mean, yeah, the Edgar Casey is the one that brought out the maps, which we showed earlier, who is an occultist from my home state. He is the foremost psychic of America. I don't know why I'm frozen again. Good Lord, is it frozen again? God damn it. All right, let's fix that. All right, brief moment. Hers are honey, his did weep. But who am I to break her spell? A major drift in her artful hell. Oh, we're still fine. The microphone. Okay, microphone's still fine. We just gotta reset the damn vtuber program. So yeah, we're looking at a pretty mess ahead of us, scientifically and earthwise. But occultists, I don't take occultists' belief that great. Edgar Casey, while he's gotten some things right, he's gotten a lot wrong. And that's the thing. I mean, it's the Nostradamus theory. I mean, you can believe in Nostradamus. We kind of covered that one, not this year, but last year, of what we were looking for doom. And yeah. We didn't really do it this year. I probably should go through the predictions for 2025 and how we're doomed. But a lot of predictions out there that are, we're going to have a cataclysmic event. That's a little bit more believable because we're seeing that. But at the same time, it's like, can they actually be right? Will they? The Casey map would pretty much devastate North America if it occurred, in general. But Casey's also saying islands will pop up out of the ocean that don't exist. And Casey didn't understand the concept of stuff like the Mariana Trench, and that we could map the ocean floor. I was not talking about him. I was talking more about Starseed Community, Ashtar Command. They've been saying is going to guide us to pole shift since 2012. Scare Days and claimed that the aliens, Ashtar, supposedly aliens, psychic channels, would shield us in the Earth power. Yeah. At the same time, witches thought they could stop Trump from becoming president again. So, or there'd be this massive overthrow of his presidency as he came into office. It's absurd. It's absurd. Both the right and left had some absurd predictions with the Trump office, both from 2020 and 2024. So I am not buying into a psychic's feelings so much as I'm buying into the science elements. It's really easy to make a prediction and say, I psychically saw it, and assume that that's going to solve the situation. It's harder to believe those kind of comments, because yeah, everybody and their uncle could have a prediction, and one of them will be right, essentially. And they'll make, oh, that one's a psychic. It's like, no. I trust more in the math and the science of things. That's why even though I do comics of the supernatural, I don't believe too much in the supernatural. I supposedly have a haunted apartment. I don't believe too much in the supernatural. So it's absurd to sit there and be like, oh, I'm going to believe this psychic's interpretation. Large chance they're going to be wrong. Large chance. It's guessing. And I hold it to the South Park joke about psychics, where Eric Cartman's fighting a bunch of psychics, and they're all just got their hands on their head and going weir. That is my take on psychics. It's nonsense. It really is. All the time psychics say, oh, well, we can solve crimes and whatnot, and the actual accuracy of psychics that solve crimes is very low. Very low. It's usually wasting police time on clues that don't really have any evidence. So, I mean, it's absurd how much people put too much faith in the mystical and not the scientific. It's one of the reasons why I love in Adventure Times when they did the wizard, going to the wizard town, and Princess Bubble comes with them, and she's like, I'm not a wizard, I'm a scientist. I can do these things because I know science. And it's just like, okay, that makes far more sense than, going on these tirades of, well, the world is in a devastating sense. Because magic, because forces we cannot see. It's like, It's fun to stuff and write about, but it's not true. It's not true. And I would really like to see somebody kind of prove me wrong on that stuff, but it's never going to happen. Is it fun entertainment? Yes, but I take it very, very lightly. Now the thing is we can learn all this stuff through a scientific method by learning the science, learning, the scenarios, learning the patterns, and seeing history. And that's the key, is a lot of people kind of ignore history. And as it said, in quotes, you ignore history, you're doomed to repeat it. Such is the case with a lot of stuff in science and historical math and whatnot, that people who don't want to understand the science of history and what's happened in our past, it really is devastating. And a lot of times those choices are made either through cultural or means. You mean laugh? Well, when Antarctica's ice melt, and we see the ancient pyramids, Alex Jones were laughing at us. Well, I mean, you'd have the ancient pyramids, and you'd have the Nazi bases. in Antarctica. That is the other thing that's predicted for Antarctica. It's Nazi bases. They just went to Antarctica and hid their bases in Antarctica. But then, of course, if you're flat earther, you know, it's a wall of ice around the world. It's not really not really a spherical element. So it'd be a harder thing to describe when the polar shift happens. It'd be like, we said the world was round. How'd the polar shift happen? Well, the circle just turned on its side. And it'd be like, no, because you would have to still have the polar ice areas that you would said that we were there. It'd be fun to see that moment. It really would be. Where the people that are just flat earth deniers, or the flat earthers, just come out and be like, what do you mean the ice wall is no longer there? But, I mean, yeah, science and technology is pretty much how we can see these facts, how we can learn about the problems, and learn about these things. It's just a matter of understanding when it occurs and how it occurs. And I still screwed that up. I need to hide him. And undo that square. And, you see, it's not up to snuff, but it doesn't really matter, because we just need this to hide behind our teacher here. Our professor in Farnsworth University professor, because we're finally getting to the school here. How you really know people don't get history. Most people compare to the current state of the U.S. to the fall of Rome, but actually it's much closer to the Weimar Republic. I honestly am coming out over the last few months to year, kind of the mindset that we're not as screwed as we think we are in America. A lot of people think, oh, well, because, you know, racism and all that stuff is occurring, we're going into a new race war. That's possible. But I don't think we're as bad off as we think we are in America. And a lot of that is based off of my understanding of the trauma builders. And I do want to talk about this on another stream, but a lot of the problems these days that the news media reports and whatnot is because they want to promote trauma and devastation and world things and let people sort of believe into that, even though it's nonsense and a lot of it is based on conjecture. And conjecture tends to be our biggest problem. I mean, the Weimar Republic was way worse than the U.S. is currently. U.S. is basically Weimar Germany light right now with no Nazi party. You ask certain people, we have a Nazi party, but yeah, and it's going back in the concept. It's like, I don't believe we have a Nazi party, but I mean, there are people that'll scream that we have a Nazi party these days. And it's a matter of just them trying to figure out. Our inflation not nearly as bad as theirs was. Got a typo. We're working on our inflation, and honestly, I do believe with what's happened in the last day, our inflation is in the right track, going in the right track, because inflation's going down for the first time. And I do think if we maintain what Trump has started, with the concept of, oh, you know, we have, you know, we're gonna not do these devastating change, or we're gonna have these tariffs and whatnot. They'll slowly improve our people are like, oh, they'll lower our taxes. Well, it's also gonna lower our debt, and that's the key. A lot of the agreements on tariffs, from what I understand, from what I've read on them, people don't really like to talk about, but a lot of it is in ways to negotiate our debt down to countries. So we'll start seeing our debt go down, and the markets are showing this, and the markets are doing that. The issue is if we end up in a situation of civil war or national war or global war, we might have problems there. But we're trying to calm those down. But most likely, issues of war Weimar Germany we had now slightly less intense. Weimar is also plagued by the same woke minds virus that's plaguing the US. Pretty much, yeah. Like in Weimar Germany, the lead field among academics was sexology. Yes, well, it wasn't just Weimar Germany. Because being trans, I also studied this on transgender, and back when I wrote stuff that I'm amazed that a lot of transgender people use now wrongly. Back when I was writing that in 2008, 2007, about the history of trans in the past that people don't get right. A lot of it was actually Switzerland, Sweden, surgery, studies of surgery and whatnot. The first surgical, true gender surgery, removing the penile gland to replace it with the vulva glands, occurred. The guy lasted for about an hour. Because we didn't have a great understanding. I do believe it would be possible to last longer these days, but you'd still have organ rejection from the body. I do believe scientifically there would be a point where it could be created, but it's going to be a matter of something we need AI technology and whatnot to occur to help understanding the science to a complex degree that we would not be able to understand, but to go through it. And I mean, that's the concept of, advancements in medicine are going to explode once AI really goes into medication, and it'll start. I literally heard this today. It's like that there are going to be points in time in the world with medicine that you're not needing doctors so much as you need, because you'll have AI be able to go through and be like, well, you're at risk for these, let's take care of this problem. And so it'd be able to determine risk and factor and work things out. But Weimar Germany had far more issues than just the sex studies that they did. And it's far worse because you had something that we are seeing in America, which is the criminalizations of religious belief. You had the open concepts of basically violence. And for those people who don't really understand, it's not really America's fault for the Weimar Germany, but it is Europe's fault for Weimar Germany, why it occurred before the assassination of the Arch-Chancellor. That after World War I, basically, we told Germany that you could not make a living off of this, this, and this, and it basically destroyed their economy, which made Weimar Germany have to find new ways to bring in economy, new ways to bring in income, and you had a lot of people who survived World War I that are like, well, crap, now my living is completely destroyed, and now I need to find a way to vote into power somebody who saves us from this. So once we have Hitler come to power, you had a situation where they were more than willing to accept far, far, far dangerous ideals and technology, or not technology, ideals, and were willing to go to war. And that's kind of why I declared in 11 Kingdoms the war that happened on Earth as the War of Ideals. Would be the next world war, but it wouldn't be called World War III, it'd be called the War of Ideals. And we've gotten on points where it's like exactly what it is. Yeah, the violence was real. You had both communists and Nazis doing all kinds of violent actions. Exactly. You had a lot of bombings occurring in those early days to businesses and lives and whatnot. And we're kind of seeing that reoccur a little bit with India and Pakistan. We're kind of seeing that going on with the Israel conflict. We're seeing that with the Ukraine and Russian conflict right now. But, you know, if you know what you're looking at and you know how to try and bring the two sides to calmly talk things out, and you try to put out the fires as they drive, you should be fine. You should be fine. And we have the benefit of knowing these things have occurred in the past and whatnot. So the India situation, which blew up this weekend and is now calmed to an angry tirade, to my knowledge. I have not seen any change in that situation yet. I'm going to literally check the news right now to see if anything's changed since I've last seen. No, I mean, we've got trade deals and talks right now. We have direct warning over nuclear ambitions, so threats to Iran. You're not gonna get a nuke. We're not letting you have a nuke because you're too agitant. You are too willing to use it. And the threat right now with India and Pakistan is they're both nuclear powers and they are both willing to use it against each other if they have to. That being said, with the polar shift, AI might be going away before it makes a major impact. Possible. At the same time, you're talking the bigger companies out there that know about the polar shift, so they could probably lock in their electrical grid. It's hard to say. The concept, I mean, it's a known concept, and China's been doing it, and in my area, we're already building a fusion reactor here in my area. But the concept of mini nuclear plants, these are about the size of a semi-truck, are going up in China and some other areas of the world. I wouldn't be surprised if larger companies like Microsoft, like Google or whatnot, aren't already looking to add those to their facilities so that it has a backup power supply that would be nuclear, that could be sheltered, and it would be small. We're not talking a large thing, but they could power a small neighborhood, maybe in a large neighborhood, depending on their size, but they're less dangerous, they're less of a threat, and one of the things that would be helpful in polar shifts would be wind and solar, because they're reliable technologies until we could get, more harsher and reliable reliable electricity output. The solar and wind have the advantage of being reliable, that it will be available even if the global shift occurs. But the problem is you're going to have to set them up and wire things correctly. So you're going to need electrical knowledge to do so. But their output's going to be small, so it's not going to be that great of a change. The key is going to be nuclear and fission. So those things will help us have a greater impact on the world with electricity grid, but it's a matter of securing an electrical grid. Now, my benefit is I live not too far from DC, so if they're going to secure a grid, they're going to secure that grid. Because I'm in between DC and their biggest naval and military bases, so they're gonna secure those grids. If any grid gets secured, the problem with us is gonna be flooding, and a lot of DC has a way to get away from DC should devastating events be occurring, for the political people to get into the mountains and be safe around there, because that's literally what Fallout is based off of, is the shelters they have and Virginia and West Virginia for the government, because you're talking something beyond the typical underground shelter, even the deluxe underground shelters we kindly see on, people have these days. You're talking, full-on underground city type scenarios for those. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a major impact no matter what. Let's cover the Smithsonian. We're already an hour or two, and I kind of want to get a little bit further here. We talked the inverse. We talked about hyacinth. Let's talk about the one. This is Science Alert, which we covered earlier. Let's talk about the Smithsonian. They're covering it. Earth's magnetic pole is shifting towards Siberia, raising questions about unusual movement. So, you mean they won't at all go all Illuminati bunkers in the Denver airport until they exist? I don't doubt there are bunkers in the airport, but it's very stupid to have Illuminati bunkers in the airport. It really is. Colorado is probably one of the safest areas from any devastation, but at the same time, they have their own problems of being, they will feel the impact of earthquakes from California. If they are truly 9-point-somethings, which is predicted, and you also have earthquakes down in the lower areas. So, I mean, Colorado's still in the earthquake zones, but they're safer from floods. But they may also be devastated by supervolcano if that goes off. So there is the threat there for Colorado. For decades, Earth's magnetic pole slowly drifting. So we kind of went over that. So, the field it's generated is turning the planet's core a layer of molten iron and nickel about 1,800 miles beneath the Earth's surface. As fluid dynamics of the core change, the magnetic poles shift over time, process known geodynamo. Now something unusual seems to be happening. The current behavior of the magnetic north is something that we have never observed before. William Brown, a global geomatic noveler, British Geological Survey, in a statement. Since 1831, by explorer James Clark Ross, the magnetic North Pole has gradually shifted. Over the past century, its movement from Canada towards Russia has accelerated, increasing about 6 miles per year to the peak of 31 miles annually by the 2000s. However, in the last 5 years, the rate of movement has slowed significantly to 22 miles per year, the biggest deceleration in the speed we've ever seen, Brown's statement. British-American scientists have traced the motion over time. Every 5 years, they release upon a new edition of the World Magnetic Model, a tool used by GPS system and navigation devices that maps the North Magnetic Pole, as the latest revision released in December at its location closer to Siberia than it was about 5 years ago. For industries reliant on magnetic fields such as aviation, shipping, navigation, its movement is so small matter GPS planes, military track magnetic fields can rely on accurate models of magnetic north function properly. When the magnetic fields shift, the model must be updated to reflect the change. So this is giving the better situation where the magnetic fields don't devastate the world. That we just need to change GPS. Now again, we'll still be seeing the sun rising in the north than the west for us. I believe that's how it's going to be situated. Because our south would become our new east, and our north will become our new west. Is how it's believed. The more you wait until the update, the larger errors becomes. So basically, they're trying to stay on this to keep the errors from going in. So given our current knowledge of the magnetic field, scientists are still unsure why the magnetic pole's speed changed so dramatically. Some researchers believe in the strength of the magnetic field near Canada, Siberia, could be influencing the shift. A geologist in British Geological Survey says overall strength of the Earth's magnetic field has been decreasing over the past couple of centuries, but not uniformly. The field is getting weaker in Canada, but stronger around Siberia. That pulls the magnetic pole towards Siberia. Dagan tells Kash Patel in a Washington Post. However, the exact reason the acceleration and subsequent deceleration remains unclear. The behavior of the magnetic field considered complicated and chaotic. In 2019, scientists released the WMM 1 year early because the magnetic pole was moving much faster than usual. While these changes may seem minor to an average person, they have significant consequences for the systems that rely on magnetic fields for navigation, which include a higher resolution map of magnetic north ever before, help reduce errors of navigation systems. Scientists say if you tried to travel 5,280 miles from South Africa to the United Kingdom in a straight line using the old WWM or WMM, it would leave you 93 miles off course in the end trip, per the statement. The WMM update can also be amid broader scientific discussion about the future of Earth's magnetic field. Over the past 2 centuries, the field has weakened by 9%. Per the Washington Post, geophysicists have long speculated the weakening of the magnetic field could signal potential geomagnetic reversal, in which the planet's north and south magnetic poles swap places. While such an event is not expected to happen anytime soon, well, some people say otherwise, they have occurred throughout Earth's history, and the last reversal took over 7,800 or 780,000 years ago. Scientists are not yet able to predict the next reversal when it will occur. I mean, that's a given. We don't know. We know it's going, but we don't know when it will occur. That's going to be an issue. As for the magnetic pole, its future movement is also uncertain. It would certainly change the rate or even speed up. We will continue to monitor the fields and assets. So this is basically telling us the nice scenario. The nice scenario. Oh no, we need to change our the magnetic field to change differently. We still have the change of where, we see the sun rise and set. That's the axis is the way it is on Earth because the magnetic pole. If you change the magnetic pole, the location of the sun setting and rising is going to be different. So we are knowing that maybe it's not going to be the devastating scenario, but it's good to prepare for the devastating scenario. And the weakening of the magnetic pole is the problem, not so much the flip. The flip could be a problem. It's less likely an issue than the weakening of the magnetic field, because it's going to be weakened for about, they figure, 30-40 years. And that's when we're at risk for the most devastating elements being terrestrial and not of Earth. I mean, and we're not talking aliens, we're talking like meteorites. We're talking radiation storms, we're talking solar flares, those being the main problems there. And that's what we'll call the electrical grid to be a problem. So we need to protect our grid for that. That being said, that ends our talk on the polar shift. We're going to be talking a little bit more, and you guys get to see some studies I've been looking at to try and help with some positions and whatnot, and for some reason I think we're going to be talking about something else in the next part, the next break, that we're going to be talking about the Kirsche situation and who is behind the whole Kirsche devastation, because this is something we talked about 2 weeks ago when we did VTubers Most Wanted. We'll get back to that in a bit. In that case, so we're going to switch a little bit to that for those who don't know. So 2 weeks ago, I kind of was like, I don't fully understand the Kirsche situation. I don't know what's going on here, but a lot of people are hating upon Kirsche, who is looked on as a right-leaning VTuber, as this, their opinions are wrong, and we're gonna devastate them because their opinions are wrong. It's turning out to be more the actions of 1 to 3 players that are causing this, and it caused devastation for one of the companies that decided to drop Kirsche, because they basically have pissed off people who are against cancel culture, and rightfully so. I'm against cancel culture. It's the dumbest thing possible. but it's still being done, and that's what we're going to kind of cover a little bit. The idea of cancel culture was always dumb. You basically, it was people who disagreed with different points of view of different people, and they wanted to cancel people for their opinions, and it's still an issue. I'm sorry. If you don't like somebody's opinion, turn it off. Go elsewhere. It makes no flippin' sense to threaten the lives of someone or threaten the existence of someone's living because you had a problem with how they did something. And we're seeing that right now again with this situation, where we have a very interesting individual who is of the trans community, who I vehemently disagree with. This person, in my opinion, is one of the problems with the trans community, and one of the reasons I have a problem with the trans activism. Even though I am trans, it's absurd. Activism is probably the biggest problem we have in this world, because we have people that are entitled, who don't want to listen to opposing views, and absolutely will destroy somebody's livelihood, even kill or beat up or kill people that they disagree with. And it's on all sides. Activism is on all sides. It doesn't matter. You can have right side activists, you can have left side activists. But we tend to see a lot more problematic from the left side activists than we do the right. There are problems with the right side activists, and that's where you get your fascists, your Nazism and whatnot. Those are problems, and yes, that we need to be note. Yeah, that they can cause problems. It's not as frequent as the left ones, and the left ones seem to get away with it a lot more, and that's the disturbing fact of the matter. But we're gonna do some drawing. Going further into the study or into to the topic. So one of the things that's also going around is a lot of people are attacking VTubers simply for existing, and you'll hear it with going over this sort of scenario, that a lot of them are saying, oh well, VTubers are just 40-year-old men with bodies. I take offense to that as a 40-year-old trans woman that has all right, I'm an example somewhat of what they're saying, but I can guarantee you I am not the norm. I am the exclusion of trans. Most VTubers, not trans, VTubers. Most VTubers are in their 20s to 30s at most. Some are even younger, which they shouldn't be, because I always have an issue with influencers or under teenage or under that are taking part. I mean, my opinion, go out and learn the world before you go out and speak to the world. But I mean, that's sort of the problem, and we have in this situation one particular individual who's like, oh, well, all these VTubers are pedophiles. It's like, really? Says the writer for Vice that is a stated pedophile and supports pedophilia. So I'm not willing to take the advice of someone who actively suggests, and I quote, that they have trans breeding grounds for women to make it so women are no longer have autonomy over their bodies, but they give in to trans individuals. This is why I have problems with some trans activists. It's like, okay, I'm gonna be trans. Why are you trans? Well, because I feel that way. And it's like, well, have you had history of gender dysphoria? Have you gone through this kind of stuff? More than likely, they haven't. And more than likely, they just sit there as the proper way, I guess I would call it, a lifetime victim. So they'll have a victimhood, and I'll use a great example of this that it did involve trans, and we kind of talked about this on Sunday's stream. I watched a stream that covered a crime of the murder of an individual, and the individual was a trans individual. But it was murdered by another trans individual. And they were murdered also by an actual natural woman as well. So the case was basically these individuals stated, they had anxiety throughout the whole police investigation. Oh, I have anxiety. My problem is because I have anxiety. Well, their anxiety that they claim is because they committed to killing and disposing of an individual's body from 2016. And then tried to live their lives like normal. Oh yeah, normal. Absolutely normal. Yeah, we've killed a person. We hid their head in a freaking, slow cooker in a bag and several bags hidden away in our garage. But hey, it's normal. It's normal behavior. Absolutely. Yes. It's just the anxiety. Anxiety does not cause you to commit murder. Being trans does not technically cause you to commit murder. But if you act the way these people do, you act with the entitlement, you act with the concept of, hey, my life is more important than yours. And that is literally what happened. They killed this individual because they were not transitioning fast enough, in their opinion. That's their reason for killing them. And I would say, they got just due and are in jail. One of them is in jail. The other one committed suicide before the cops. They had a gun. The cops did not search them somehow, and the person made a new hole in their head when the cops were finally finding out, yes, you've committed this murder, we have you caught, we know that you've committed this, confess. And instead of confessing, they decided to open up their head for breathing room. And so the devastation of that crime shows that you have people out there who are of the mindset it is justified to take others' lives because they're not doing what you want of them, and that's just horrific, and what they're doing, and that's essentially what happened in this case. And the fact of the matter is a lot of people, especially on the left, are of the mindset it's like, oh well, you need to accept what I want in life, and if you don't, then I have a right to kill you. That's not how the world works. You don't have the right to kill somebody because they disagree with you. But we're of that mindset in these days where the world is kind of thinking, hey, we need to do that in life and accept that, hey, you have a justification to kill people because you disagree with them. And the fact that we see this so much on the left side, especially those on trans activists, it's devastating. And it's why we have a lot of current suicide / mass murderers that are trans, that are like, oh, the reason I'm doing this is because they're taking away my rights. They're taking away my rights. No rights have been taken away. I'm a trans individual. None of my rights have been taken away. Alright? People are like, well, you can't join the military. It's like, well, you should be joining the military if you're trans anyways, because you're going to have to deal with medications that you cannot go on leave on. You cannot be out in the field to do that. Okay? It's of that understanding. Your body is going to be going through changes that you're not going to be able to meet the standards. If you're transitioning to male or female, your strength is going to deplete. Now, is it going to deplete to the point where you'd be not able to compete against women? Yes, you would be well easily able to compete against women. But you're still going to deplete. I noticed one of the things that devastated me first when I started my transitioning was going to a theme park with some friends and getting on the teacup rides. And of course, the teacup rides, you need to use your strength sort of like spin the vehicle. I could not get the vehicle to spin, but my friend, who was male with me at the time, they spun the hell out of me. And I couldn't do anything about it because it's like, I don't have the strength to do it. My strength depleted. And at the time, I was working a job that strength was important because I needed to carry fast food at the time. I was working a fast food sandwich company, national chain, and I had to deliver food, particularly catering. And it would require me to lift a lot of strength. And unfortunately, when I started transitioning, that my strength was going away because that is what happens with the hormones when you're going from male to female. Now, if you're going to female to male, your strength is going to increase because you're technically on steroids. But at the same time, it's not going to be that massive. It's not going to be some grand change to be, where you could compete against men and everything, but you definitely have a disadvantage if you went up against another woman because you're going to have steroids in you. So it's important to note those things and be like, yes, those changes are going to occur. And yet, so many people, so many groups think that that's an acceptable reason to, do the trans sports, do all these other things. And it's not. It really isn't. There's an understanding of biology that people do not get, and it's an understanding of law that people don't get either. And what's amazing is a lot of the people who make assumptions about what laws have changed and how laws have changed and whatnot, they don't understand it, and they'll sit there and they'll argue with people that this is how the laws are, yet they don't understand the law. And it's what's so devastating. And the fact that people are like, oh, we disagree with you because you're trying to take my law, take laws away from me and make me not me. I can still access meds. I can still be trans. There are issues about, which bathroom I could use, but at the same time, as a sexual assault victim and as a semi-passable trans woman, there are times that I don't pass. That's me being ugly days and just not being able to pass, but I try to pass. I work my ass off to pass. And in order to do that, I would be not as disturbed. And what do I do when I go to the bathroom? I go in, I go out. That's it. I'm not there for any other reason. Problem is there are a lot of people who abuse that. There are a lot of people who go to prisons and victimize female prisoners because they're trans. They're declared trans, even though most of them haven't done a lick of transitioning. I think what needs to be done for the future is they decide upon the point of transition that would be acceptable in the bathrooms. That's what needs to come about in the bathroom laws. Or to make bathrooms non-gendered and individual bathrooms, which is what I always stood by. Because I always hated going to the bathroom at a place, needing to go to the bathroom, and finding out the bathroom's closed because it's getting cleaned. And I'm like, oh crap, I gotta hold this and go to the next place I can go to the bathroom. Or run home and go to the bathroom. Because the bathroom's closed. Doesn't matter if it's male or female, it's like the bathroom's closed because they're cleaning it. It's like, yeah, come in. See, if you did small individual bathrooms, you could have some of them open. No one would matter what they went into. You could have, cameras determining, are people going in with small children to try and prevent, sexual assaults. But, it would be more a matter of, you come in here to do your business and get out. That's it. You're not here to socialize. You're not here to do anything else. And that needs to happen. Changing rooms are essentially that way. when I go and try out clothes, which I don't do too much these days, but I really don't shop in stores these days for clothing. When I go out and try on clothes, I would go into, changing room. Well, changing rooms used to be separated by gender. Now these days it's not. Most changing rooms are just separated into different stalls. And it's like, here's this one changing room. It's like, okay. So, it's not as big of an issue as people make it out. But when you talk about things like school showers and whatnot, it needs to be separated. A trans person can be isolated from either group so that they're safer, but at the same time they're not exposing themselves to individuals. So there could be a private non-gender bathroom that trans people could use, or locker room. That's honestly the situation that needs to happen with the schools. But honestly, it's just best, in my opinion, to not transition until after school. I've called that out back in the years, to do it when you're an adult. Because if you're doing it when you're young, you don't know if you truly are it. You need to go through puberty and make that decision. If you're doing anything before that, then you probably aren't making the right decision. And it goes to show with a lot of people who are regretting transition later in life. And after a certain point, you are not going to be able to transition back because you have done too much devastation to your body. And that's science. That's just going on pure science of the situation. And people need to start listening to the science. I mean, I find it amusing that the left side complains about following the science, but when it comes to trans science, they don't follow the science. It's really absurd. And I will put myself at fault. I wrote a lot of stories back in the day, when I started transitioning about, the science and discoveries and whatnot that benefit the trans community. Stuff like, potential future vaginal changes, or fake vaginas and whatnot. Stuff like, why it's been historically an issue. Trans issue has been a lot older than people know. It's been around since, the Roman era and Egypt. It's not like it's something new. Despite what some people say. It's been treated differently in the past. And you may have had presidents even that were maybe on the verge of trans. Stuff like Hoover may have been a trans president. Because there's a belief at one point he was caught with a dress on at a sex party of his. That is a rumor. I cannot confirm it. But Hoover was definitely a strange individual, not a good president in some sense, because he was very... you talk about prison labor, that Hoover is a man. There's a reason there's a body count at Hoover Dam. And the world was devastated under Hoover, or the country was devastated under Hoover. He's not the worst president by far, but he is not a good president in any sense of the word. But yeah, let's get into the subject. We're in the last 10 minutes of the second hour before we go to the request of the day. So let's get into it. All right. So we have a little Twitter link here. Frederick Brennan posted this. I've been asked before what I think about Moon's biggest downfall. Obviously, number one is absolution, but number two, it's transphobia. Look at this list. There are three main critics of all time. No, they're just all trans women. and it's slanted. The main person of the whole Kirsche situation here, the whole argument, is this third person, Anna Valerian. Anna Valerian is a trans writer of Vice, a couple other leftist things, that has done some seriously disgusting articles. And we'll go into a little bit of it. But this is Anna Valerian, contributor of Waypoint, Vice Media, decades worth of experience across the sites, Daily Dot, Fanbyte, Polygon, Esports, and the Mary Sue. Gee, don't those all sound familiar? Yeah, they're popular gaming / Gamergate sites. Yeah, Gamergate situations and cancel culture sites. These are the people that come from cancel culture. Yep. One of her first published features was written for Waypoint in 2016 and discussed by the VA Hall X sex work, and has continued reporting gaming cultural issues, including queer and trans representation in video games, and a core focus of her career has been adult content. Her book, Tumblr Porn, discusses the rise and fall of the titular social media site, where they went into about, the porn and Tumblr. Those who don't know Tumblr, I'm still on Tumblr because I'm a little curious in the situation. So, the only thing that is still on Tumblr these days is trans activism. To a severe level. But, I mean, here's the other thing. So when we talk about the Kirsche situation, crime boss Rocky City had dropped Kirsche as a sponsor. And crime boss, that was probably one of the stupidest things crime boss Rocky City did, because we're going to look over here in these things. Alright, let's see if we can find these charts here of sales. I want to see if I can find the charts for people. I'm not seeing them right now. The sales charts on this game have dropped immensely. I'm trying to see if we can get any of the information. Let's see, Crime by City. Kirsche. So what happened to Kirsche is a good thing. So this is an interesting article or report on Steam. Nobody is threatening 505 Games to drop their biggest promoter because most weirdos and creeps who see about Kirsche didn't even know she was partnered. We know 505 themselves as most of the sales thanks to Kirsche's recommendations, which is why their reviews look like Twin Towers collapsed. And because she wasn't doing it for the play, she wasn't affected by it, so good riddance. You who take this as a win are not going to save the game, and we know you don't buy video games because you're broke spending your money on rent, DoorDash, and hormone drugs. I wish all of 505 devs a very pleasant bankruptcy, because only people who would have supported never buy anything from you. This will only be the lesson in a company, and do not tolerate cowards, backstabbers, and you, the anti-white, racist, autogenic, fetishist. Thank you for revealing yourselves and voting yourselves. So, the charts of this sale, they're not joking when they're saying it looks like the Twin Towers in reverse. They had a couple of days of sales was like up, and then the moment this broke, those sales dropped like immensely. People were reviewing bombing this game to hell, and they're agreed because they're listening to people like Anna Valerians who made this whole, or attacking Kirsche, essentially destroying Kirsche's reputation, because they disagree with Kirsche and the views that Kirsche has. Nothing that Kirsche has done, mind you. Kirsche hasn't done anything. The more and more you look into the situation, Kirsche has brought to light issues, but does not go on and say anything bad. Now, there are issues we had with Kirsche. Go and see Most Wanted, which when I brought up some issues that, yeah, there's some scary stuff with Kirsche that I'm not too keen on, but I'm all for Kirsche having her own freaking viewpoint and saying her own viewpoint. It's all for it. I'm all for every person on the YouTube internet to have their own viewpoint and say it. But the moment you try to silence people, the moment you try to cancel people, like Anna Valerians at Vice, then you are absolutely just destroying the world and watching it burn. And Anna Valerians, we're going to get into some of the nastiness that they kind of covered here. So 1,000 daily players on a weekend, even after selling your games for $2. It's ironic that over the developers' culture war is not. I bought it, had 50 hours played, try again, just played 2 hours today, 30 total this week. That's one person's thing, but they're banned. So how they're doing this is amazing, how they post that. Just under 400 players right now. Games dealer is bit by bit. It's absurd how much this game is being hurt, and I heard recently that there's another potential strike on Kirsche's sponsorships. So we kind of covered this, but we'll cover a little bit of the notations here from other people. Note the photos he chooses as well. Josh claims that natural, the downstairs blog post. He writes in passionate plea against people like me. Evil Wikipedia editors, I guess, will go off on Josh. And so this is more of them. But targets of the 3 trans women, not I, nor Kilgore, nor Samuel Smith. Why, Riley's Law strikes again. So basically, Riley's Law is basically the law against once post transphobia, you will never post normally again. Basically, it's a way to destroy people. I don't think these are perfect little angels or anything, but I think it's very clear the deceptions of taking advantage of people's predispositions towards viewing trans people as crazy, unhinged, and undue nature. So, we're going to go in a bit more here, and we'll look up, I will pull up Anna Valerians. In fact, we'll do this. Search Anna Valerians. I'm going to put articles. So we'll see some of these articles that they go on about. So here's the one that she's going after Kirsche on. So other people as well. I don't doubt she'd probably come after me. I welcome it, Anna. Come on, I welcome it. Trans person against trans person. I'll beat the crap out of your comments 100%. Because there's a difference between a studied trans person and an ignorant activist like yourself. So, since the publication of this article, harassment against me has become particularly erroneous on Twitter. An anime-based themed tea company told me to kill myself. Right-wing VTuber encouraged me to buy a rope and hang myself. Now, those are bad, yes. There are going to be individuals that get that way. If I had a freak like Anna Valerians attacking me and slander me, I would remind him of this item right here. It's very cheap, a valiant wallet. Look who decided to show up and defend Anna Valerians. So, we'll see this here. Who is helps steer and style guys implement on major media outlets, calling for the killing stories on trans criminals. Uploaded and distributing rape fantasy. So, yeah. This is sort of the stuff that Anna has released. They have released rape fantasy stories and whatnot. And I'm trying to see here if we can get taking up games writing. I'm trying to find if I can find one that goes against her. Daily.LinkedIn. Porter specializes in online sex. Alright, so we'll use our own LinkedIn account here. I'm a journalist, pop culture critic with lengthy experience reporting about adult material, political activism, queer rights, tech, and gaming. In 2013, I wrote my first article in New Brunswick's Today. I have worked as a reporter in personal life, essayist with a future writer in various publications across print, online media, and since then. The Daily Light to Vice, my beat is wide and varied. I'm always up for a challenge, no matter the size. If you'd like to reach out to me, I'm available over Twitter and email and Twitter. So was at a Daily Dot for 8 years, freelance writer, self-employed for 10 years, 6 months. I don't have freelance writer on my own title. I have freelance artist on my own title, but it's the same concept. Dot Esports, which she's covering gaming, which I never understood why there's I mean, people are into esports, but I don't understand the whole, needing to articleize esports. FimHype, advisor to Game Jam, counselor, freelance now loading, contributor, QA member, news report, freelance writer, again, associate editor, LGB columnist, editorial director, reporter, columnist, Reuters. But let's see if we can find. All right, here we go. Here we go. Transgender columnist fantasizes about trans violently raping women. This is Anna, the person attacking Kirsche. On August 31st, 2020, Anna Varens, transsexualist sex columnist of the Daily Dot, uploaded an disturbing audio recordings envisioning the future with, quote, breeding factories where you get to breed them out of cis girls. You can absolutely devastate this. You can destroy it, murder it, it's done. You have the cycle of girls count that is absolutely out of commission. This is not someone I would put in high regard to call out other people's decisions, because I don't support any kind of rape fantasy, and especially if it's rape fantasy towards women from a trans individual. That is sick and disturbing, and this person honestly needs to be put away if that's the kind of stuff they're doing. And the fact that she is not only verified, she's continued pushed by media like Vice. There's a reason why Vice is going under. Vice is not having a good time right now. Their news media is going in the freaking tubes, and it's people like Anna that are doing it. So we have a few other things. Let's see. That's the Frederick. We already covered Frederick. Ashley Silmcox. The rape, remember the dumpster fire from Anna. The year is 2028. United Soviets of America have emerged and run the groups of 12 to 14 trans women who are initiated breeding facilities where we high-five each other while spit roasting cis women. We call it Gender Crit Web Council. Now less respect in politics. Some confusion. Time the person is going to say, tweet is misogynistic. I feel it. It's gonna be hilarious. It's misogynistic. This is not fucking humor here, Anna. This is fucking absolutely, you're promoting crimes and activating crimes. So Anna, out of anybody that needs to be canceled, it's you. And if you don't believe me, this is who's attacking Kirsche and all these other people. VTubing has an elephant in the right room. Bigotry. VTubing has a problem with the right-wing harassment. Anna shares her experience. Yeah, she's sharing her experience because she's gone out to cancel culture. She's gone to try and cancel these people's livelihoods because she disagrees with their viewpoint. I am so glad that the public is calling this shit out. I really am. I am so glad that we are putting a name behind this kind of stuff, because I feel if you are going to come out and attack somebody with their culture, their beliefs, and their views, and attack their livelihood, then your ass needs to be public. Because if you're going to be doing this shit, you need to be public. So I welcome Anna. Come on. I dare you to try and attack me. We'll have a nice little discussion about trans videos, actual trans livelihoods and status against what you accept and what you do. I would love to debate your ass. So, yeah. there's our talk for the day. We gonna go back to drawing. Got our drawing for the evening. We're gonna go into this and discuss things. I'm probably gonna redo this panel. We might as well just. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's selected. Okay, yeah, there we go. Redo that part. Let's save it so I don't lose anything. Should we have a devastating. So you guys get to see a few things. There is a huge difference in the way I draw Witchin, which is what you were seeing me draw, and Love Potion Lament. So this is literally the last panel of Love Potion Lament. I haven't finished the background yet, but the detail that goes into Love Potion Lament, the amount of effort that goes into Love Potion Lament is a lot more stuff into it. So I mean, you can even see these panels here. How much detail I go into it, how much little tiny elements are put in. Love Potion Lament is going to be the prequel for this. However, we have our request show. This is our weekly request that we do each week for part of the stream. The last 2 hours are given to a request, and today's request, let me pull up their information. So, this is a request to 2 OCs for this individual that they have. I don't know much about the characters they draw. It looks like they send a lot of people out to draw their characters, but they don't really, to my knowledge, have any lore or story or any element to these characters. So this is by Kaha-chan on DA. I want to do 2 of my OCs, Tony K. Jackson and Tanya K. Jackson, the CEOs of Gaming Tony 90 National Group. I have no idea what they do. I don't know if they do anything with YouTube with this or anything. But we can show you their characters here. So this would be Tanya over here. So this is the character they gave me for an example for Tanya. I wanted to get a full body. To use as reference, and then here is Tony. I'm guessing brother and sister with the namesake. I don't know, but I kind of wanted to do a little bit more standard anime style with these characters, and in doing these characters, we're going to be dealing with, of course, a little bit more of traditional drawing here. So got the mic in the way and kind of trying to get this to where I can do this in a it's too sharp of a cheek. There we go. But yeah, I mean, we do requests, so most people don't know, that don't know. This is our weekly request show. Anybody can put in a request. It's got to be airable. I have to note that. There's been people that have requested things that I'm like, dude, I have to air this on multiple platforms. So this airs on, as of right now, this show airs on YouTube, on Twitch, on Twitter, and on Instagram. So those wanting to know where we advertise all this, it's all aired on those. And of course, the archive goes onto YouTube. So it's just a matter of, drawing the characters in somewhat of a realistic tone. They had a very set look for these characters already, so we're going to kind of keep with their set look. Both have these square glasses, which I can't argue. I use square glasses on several characters as well. It's an easier glass to draw than continuously draw circles, in my opinion. But it's important to learn how to draw circles as well. But they originally have the eyes kind of all in the glasses, but glasses really wouldn't be I mean, you can see my glasses that I have on my character. I mean, you absolutely, they're similar to the very glasses I'm wearing myself right now. They do not cover my eyes at all. They just give me a window area to see, and so there's going to be an area that's behind them that doesn't get seen. And that's what we're really pretty much drawing here. The key is to get the little smaller details that they put in to the characters. So I want to kind of put in this jacket here to where it has this little rectangular collar. Kind of line it up with the other one. And when I was deciding on hand poses for today, I was like, okay, well, they kind of do the peace sign on one, but we're going to do a different version of the peace sign. So this isn't really a peace sign, it's more holding two fingers up on Tanya, and Tony's going to be pushing his glasses up.
Know his magic like I do. I cast a spell, but it's all going wrong. I'm chasing your shadow, but you don't belong. You hold his staff like you've tamed his sparks, but you can't fake the way.
Now, for most people, they will do, when they go to draw a character and whatnot, they'll do little segments and different layers. I tend to not do that because this is the way I've been learned from doing art on paper. You don't have multiple layers on paper, so you gotta go with the paper, and what mistakes you gotta work it in. We do have the undo button, so we can do undo bigger mistakes, but in this case we have elements and whatnot that we can do differently. But I don't do too many layers. I will put the background on different layers, but I won't do character different layers. And it's just personal preference. It really is. It's nothing to do with, hey, I need to do something different. It's just how I've been trained. So, and I honestly expect when I post this today to probably hear back from another individual and be like, well, why didn't you do mine? Mine came in before this one. And it's like, well, because you didn't respond to me on which choice you wanted. Because they've decided, hey, I want you to draw, 8 characters in one image. And I'm like, it needs to be done in 2 hours. I can't do 8 characters in one image. I will limit the most 2 to 3. And that's dependent upon the simplicity of the character. The simpler the character, the easier it is to draw it. But the more difficult, the harder it is to draw.
Through the shadows, lost in the night, I need a hero to make it alright. Screaming out, but no one's around. Save my soul before I hit the ground. Every heartbeat echoes fear and doubt. Can't escape this maze without a way out.
stuff with the hair here to kind of bring it to life.
Save me from the chaos of this world. Be the beacon in my darkness. Unfurl, lift me high above the broken torn. I need a hero.
I need to work on this crown here. That I can tell the original design very much is on the mushroom crown from Mario. I don't remember which game it was. The one that turned Toad to Toadette, or to Princess Toad. That brought along all the memes of Bowsette and whatnot. That the crown is very much based on that crown because it's a 3-pronged crown with the little balls, and then we have a little middle sort of. They did a top hat instead of the sort of round bit to it to kind of reflect on, or to be similar to Tony's design. It's very much. This is either a twin or a gender bent version of the same character, in my mind. Which is what most people tend to do with their decision for drawing characters that are twins and whatnot. It's like, oh, well, I'm just going to draw male and female version of the same character. When it should be. I mean, you look at twins that are treated better and differently in series. Stuff like Dipper and Mabel Pines are twins from Gravity Falls. So you have them look a little bit different, but they have similar looks. So they're similar skin tone, they're similar hair tone, but personalities show through outfits and things. A twin is not going to have the same likes and dislikes as their other. I mean, they might have similar, but they're not going to be 100% alike. And it needs to show when you design a character. And in doing that in this character style that they've developed for designing this character, it's a little much that it just seems like they're the same character. It's just gender bent. And I mean, it's not saying anything wrong. I mean, I have 2 characters that are gender bent, but both Ida from Witchin and Tetra and Tetsu from Demon Blade. They're gender bent characters, but at the same time, it's like, okay, I try to make them look different. Now, Tetra is a little bit similar because the point is to be more the same, but Ida's trying to look differently and be differently. So they're trying to hide themselves from their family in the story, so it's important that Ida carries on a bit differently, and that's kind of how I treat when I write the characters in Witchin, versus writing the characters in Demon Blade. So they're still going to have certain things that they like and dislike. I'm still learning Ida's likes and dislikes. In the case of Tetsu/Tetra, I know exactly what their likes and dislikes, and I put them down in a character study for the character. But the designs had to go on 2 different sheets because it's like, okay, if I'm going to do a female Tetra, or if I'm going to do Tetra with the female version of Tetsu, I need to have a different design sheet for that character. The fact that they're both wearing these, I'd almost say jogging pants, because they're essentially similar on both these characters, that it's got these jogging pants with these little stripe here, and in this case cuffed, well, they both have cuffed, don't they? Yeah, cuffed, and their shoes are relatively similar in design. Their eyes are similar in design. Their difference is their chops. That's the only real difference. So, I mean, it's not really that great of a difference, and I mean, their hair's a little. I mean, Tony's hair's a little bit shaggy, but you know, you have was it Tanya? Yeah, Tanya. You have Tanya here. Her hair's long and flowing. I don't know. I mean, there really isn't anything that I try to look through the person's page on DeviantArt and be like, can you give me backstory of these characters? Can you tell me what this is about? Because one of the things I wanted to do, considering the name of the company they supposedly work with, was gaming. So it's like, okay, well, let me put them with game controllers competing against each other. Like, well, every drawing I see of them does not have them gaming. Every drawing. From different people, from different locations. So it makes no sense to me, you know, if they have a difference or not. Because I don't know if the gaming is involved in at all in their thing. It's just part of the supposedly company name in this fictional sense. I don't know if this is, you know, based off of, you know, YouTubing or streaming or something like that. It could be different. I don't know. As far as I can tell, no. It's just characters they created and that they ask other people to do artwork for. It's not a bad thing. I mean, I don't mind doing OCs. In fact, I prefer doing OCs over some of the requests I've had. It's just weird that you have these OCs and you don't do a backstory or don't do some sort of characteristics to them or announce anything about them, but you keep having people draw them. I mean, maybe they don't want to tell the story. I don't know. Not my place. But at least it gets drawn out. We'll draw out what they want, and that's that. So I've been studying a few things since last week. I've been listening to basically different people's takes on how to do certain things in art. And the proper answer to give somebody on the web on what to do with their art and whatnot, there is no correct answer. That's the answer. But there are little tips and techniques that you can, you know, integrate into somebody else's work. Or integrate from somebody else's work. So one of the things I learned that I actually enjoyed hearing somebody talk about, I didn't really learn it myself this time because it was something I already applied, but it was understanding clothing form and the character, understanding how it flows and moves and how you put lines into it to give it more, instead of a 2D appeal, you give it more of a 3D appeal. So that's kind of what we're doing here right now, is we're kind of giving life to the clothing here and making it not flat. To give it more personality, more love to the character. But also, I mean, because clothing is going to have a different fit, different materials are going to have different looks. So when you draw those out, it's important to know, hey, you know, this might have a rigid appearance, which I'm going to do on the cuffs here. Let's see, do they have... They do not have stripes, but they do have ties that come out of the collar, which tells me I'm going to have eyelets. So we need to do... An eyelet is when you take have the little circle, and then we'll have the little bit here, and then we'll have a little tip on there, and then I'm going to kind of do one over here. Alright, we're going to do the shoes as well. And, I mean, it's important when you do a shoe, and I kind of cut them on this before. that you give life to it. Don't make it just this flat, round base thing. You need to put life into the shoe. A lot of use of texture is important here. A lot of use of design is important. Learn how the shoe fits when you draw it. So I'll give an example. I'll show their original shoe design. So they make a very wild design on the shoe, but it's very flat. It's basically cut and paste the same shoe in this case. And it's nice to do it, but if you add an angle, if you do like a 3/4 angle, or you just do like a 1/8 angle to it, you add a little bit more personality to this. So in her case, she's got this massive color change right here on the shoe. So she's got pink, sort of, I guess, color changing front, but even still, you don't design a shoe like that. You're still gonna have to have the ridge up front. The ridge up front is going to be important because that's sort of what holds the toes in place. If you do it the way they do, that shoe is going to fall apart. It's a functionality concept. So if you design a shoe like this, it'd be difficult. We're still going to put the logo. I'm going to do a couple eyelets. There's going to be a small bumper on the back that leads to the rubber of the shoe. Okay. And now the key thing is you see I kind of screwed up the sizing here when I was making the shoe, but I also have Tony's shoe coming in that way. So we're kind of having to do a quick job on both of them to get them to fit. So one of the things I want to start doing Tony, and then we'll work our feet down at the bottom here later. But top hat, give it a little bit of a rim. Round it about. And now on the design for Tony, they do not have a line here that they should. And there's a reason design-wise why that exists on the top hat, why that ribbon exists. The sewing on here, the stitching is exposed. So on a top hat, you're going to have this ribbon to hide the stitching on the hat. That's why you have the ribbon on a top hat. And you could probably do better with machine stitch these days. That you could hide it a little bit, but you really, the top hat, the stitching is going to be exposed on the outside if you don't do the ribbon. Because most hats are done outward in, meaning they'll stitch it usually from the inward and pop it out. But in the case of a top hat, because you have a solid cylinder, it's kind of awkward. You're going to have those stitches go both on the inward and outward end. So the stitch is going to be kind of like this on the bottom rim of the hat. So that's why you have the ribbon there to hide it. I don't know why I used that. Go. So we're gonna put that ribbon there, even though it doesn't exist. Like I said, I want to have his fingers kind of pressing up against his glasses. I'm gonna kind of move them a little bit because I want to have his eyes to be a little more exposed. It's important to understand functionality in what you draw. Even if it's a mythical thing, it doesn't exist, something new. Having a functionality about it, you know, kind of knowing how that device works a little bit, and showing the joint, showing if I was to build a giant robot, you know, showing the different joints, the different pistons, helps convey the giant robot factor a little bit better than if I just made some bulky armor. Because then it's just be like, oh, well, it's just a guy in a suit. Well, I mean, you give your giant robot. So, I mean, if I drew a leg of a giant robot, I would draw something like this. And then I would, at the knee, I'd have a piston here or something, like, exposed. And then do like some sort of shaped kneecap and then go into the leg arm. So I mean, knowing that little function in the back is key. So the stuff right there is very key, and the design. Because it gives a more realistic take of how that's a functional element. That's why when I tend to draw for Demon Blade, I do action. We're going to be getting a lot of action in Demon Blade soon. I try to use real-life elements to base the action I put each character through. So mine's more traditional boxing to a little bit of kickboxing here and there in her style. Tetra is more acrobatic in their style. So you'll see a lot of them do a lot of flips, a lot of twists and turns with their movement. You'll see Yoku, I'm going to be use more traditional kendo practices with Yoku when I bring Yoku into the fight coming up. Because he's a traditional samurai. So, I mean, he's going to have much more straight and fluid attacks based on how you would use a sword in kendo. And, of course, Ino's pretty easy. She uses her Ivy Whip a lot. So, you use elements of people using whips to help convey them, how you do the movement in the piece. And even if you're not doing movement, if you're doing something stagnant like this, you still want a form of movement occurring in the image. So just make a stagnant image and just be like, oh, well, this is how I want it to be. This is, we're having a little bit of a slick style analyzed here. You can put some movement in the figure, even if it's stiff. Movement in the hair, because hair doesn't. You can even see my own hair. It's like, okay, it's not going to be perfectly straight, even the straightest of hair, unless you want it to be awkward and disassociated. You would treat the hair differently. Clothing is not going to fit plastically onto the body, and the body's not going to be a perfectly formed form. Even models have a different fit than each other. So it's a matter of how the clothes fit and how the clothes flow about the character to determine the fit. So we're doing these characters. I'm going to be doing a lot of changing the fit of how they are in this image, and you're already kind of seeing it. Does he have? All right, he has baggy. Doesn't really have bangs. He has this shaggy hair. So we're gonna kind of do the shaggy hair a bit.
Looking in the mirror, see a stranger there. All my dreams are whispers floating in the air. Took my heart, took my soul, left me feeling cold. A piece of me is missing, story left untold.
So
Once I had it all, now there's nothing left. Faces in the shadows, stealing every breath. What I used to know crumbles into dust. Trusting in a ghost that I can never trust. Strangers, reflections, staring back at me. Who am I supposed to be?
I'm doing a lot of business shirts and ties lately in drawing because I'm doing in Love Potion Lament. I'm using a school uniform, and the uniform is very stereotypically somewhat Catholic school like. The difference being is I've added elements of the coloring changes per year or per rank, which it reflects the Witchin ranking system of how magic, how you are determine a stronger mage versus a less stronger mage. So you have elements where you'll see the color coordination goes, and in Love Potion Lament, you'll see the characters go from white to orange, and their shirt and sweater design, which means their shirt's interior has to change, but their ties also have to change and reflect it, and it's kind of really... I have to put a lot of thought into how I want it to look for them. And then when I do their final looks, which we showed earlier, these final looks, we have Theodore and the outfit they appear in which in chapter 1, but you also have Ryland here and his sort of standard colors, which I would, given his skin complexion, I want darker tones with him, and whatnot. I've changed his runes on his face and how they play in to him. So it's a matter of how thinking through how different ways to make the character flow, be it color, be it form, be it function, just learning little things, and everybody can learn from it. You're not going to be 100% at everything, but I mean, it's always nice to incorporate what you learn a little bit.
My future like the past. Echoes of voices telling lies in dreams. Promises broken, but they silence the screams. Poets hasn't fake smiles, cage of gold. Can't climb these walls, I'm sick of being sold.
So, like, they have... I'll show you real quick. They have a very flat suit here. I don't know what the hell's going on here. At the crotch. I have no clue what's going on there, but... Typically, a suit is going to have a little hang and incline and decline in its form. So knowing about that helps shape the suit a little bit better. So we're going to do a little fingers here.
History repeated, drowning in their pride. Every step taken can't hide or slide. Footprints of control bleeding in my veins. Caught in their machine, feel the pains. Gotta find strength deep inside this mess. Look past their faces, tear off their dress. Truth through the cracks, let myself confess. Flee the shadows, break free, no less. Whispers of burden tear me apart. They think they own me, won't bury my heart. House of mirrors, lies within lies. Crush this facade, shed the disguise. Invisible chains holding me Lines of control bleeding in my veins. Caught in their machine, feel the pains. Counterpoise doesn't ignite. Teleport, gotta find strength at night. Invisible chains.
Alright, so they have buttons on their coat. They do, but they kind of have them awkwardly placed, so. Do that.
Gotta find strength deep inside this mess. Look past their faces, tear off their dress. Truth through the cracks, let myself confess. Free the shadows, break free, no less. Whispers of burden tear me apart. They think they own me, won't bury
So
my
knowing
heart.
things like how the buttons would pull
Lies
is
within
another good
lies.
thing
Crush this
when designing
facade,
clothes.
shake the disguise.
I mean, unfortunately, you know a lot of that when you're fat and your clothing pops out and tears. Not that I've had that recently. Yes, I have. But I've had to replace my pajama pants because my ribbon, the ribbon holding them closed, popped open recently. Which is good because I needed new pajama pants anyway. Mine were getting like almost a decade old, to be honest.
Friends and family turned their backs. Public eyes with sharp attacks.
All right, they gave a pocket.
Loneliness became her
Didn't they?
only friend.
Yeah, they put a pocket underneath the circle, so we'll do the circle right here. Even though I put it up higher.
Whispers of regret in the wind.
And I mean, what I definitely don't like of this design is you give a business suit up the top, but then you put on jogging pants underneath and tennis shoes. That's a bad design. Or bad clothing choice. Not really so much the design, but bad clothing choice. We'll do the little.
No more bruises, no more pain. Escape
Male legs, male form will have straighter legs. Female form, of course, has little thighs. Not always the case. Not always the case. You have some females that don't have thighs, and some males that do. But always important to remember that.
no more pain, no pain, no pain. Escape the storm she couldn't contain, But in the silence, doubts arise, longing for life beyond goodbye. Memories haunts a fading mind, wishing time she could rewind.
Alright. I think we need to do one change here. This finger's a little awkward.
Whispers of regret in the wind.
Damn it.
She thought freedom could begin.
Already getting about halfway through this. I do want to start doing some of the coloring here. And we'll work our way out. But getting our tones down. Because we got to do the logo in a couple different places. And that may take a little effort. Wrong color.
Lying in shadows where dreams disappear.
So this week, coming up with work that's coming out by me. Fans that do follow my artwork that's coming out, we have the latest One Piece Days at Sea coming out in 2 days. Actually, by the time this stream's done, in 1 day, because it comes out on the 15th. Sponsors get to see, you know, all pages a little bit early. They won't be able to see it, with the exception of Love Potion Lament is held behind until the contest reveal. That finger's still messy. Alright, I think it's this finger that's really being the problem than the other finger. I think the finger's together, and I think the thumb is not doing well. So we're going to try and rework these. I'm going to rework them in the sketch, and then I'll rework them from there. But yeah, Love Potion Lament, of course, will not fully be revealed until after the contest is over that it's involved with. Alright, her eyes are pink. And like this color pink. Just like the shoe tip is pink. No, not want that. I'm just gonna do a fist with a thumbs out. I think that's better. I think that looks better, honestly. And we can just do a knuckle there. Damn it. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Okay. And this design, we're definitely going for a more colorful, brighter sense with these characters. So what I'll probably do is I'll tone down the background to kind of make it work with this drawing. I'm actually going to move that up here. Fits a little bit better. Make his thumb appear. Damn it. Alright, close that, close that, close that. Those don't need to be open. Those fingers are way too big. I mean, you look at the other two fingers and they're small, and then they suddenly become big. That's way too big.
Blinded by fear, but still
I don't know why he's got chins or cheeks like this, concaves, but we'll go with it. That's the way the character's designed. That's the way the character's designed. Don't personally like it, but yes, people do have cheeks like that, so. She doesn't, but oh well. What color is her hair? It is black, isn't it? It's dark gray. So, alright. We'll add a little tonal to that. Glasses are black, so you can use that to kind of fill in. Now, the rule of glasses when coloring. When you do the inner side of a glass and you're looking at a character's face, it's to lighten it up a shade. If I move to the side a little bit, you might be able to see it a little bit in the character that I do have an opaque white to that. It's going to be a little bit more dramatic here. As we take the color of the skin, go a shade lighter, and we'll do the same with the eye, with the iris, make it shader lighter, because you have a reflective surface a little bit on it to where it's going to give a slight tonal change on the glass. So that's a nice little thing to add. Let's do. Alright, I've been avoiding the tennis shoes for a bit. Let's go ahead and do them.
Falling for Abigail, she ate my quartz. Poor Shane's drinking sadness, he's out of sorts. The townsfolk are weird, but their hearts are gold. Guess I fit right in with these stories untold. Stardew life is sweet like jam.
Streaming schedule, everything's gonna be the same. I haven't really changed any ideas of what I'm doing. I'm gonna make this shoe go sideways. Kind of be like she's not going over the brother's foot. I'm guessing. Again, I'm guessing brother and sister. I'm guessing. And we're going to do the stripe right here for him, which is weird to have pockets and zippers on jogging pants, which is what these technically are. Most jogging pants are elastic, and you wouldn't have a stripe on a pair of regular pants, but they do. Alright. Fact, let's see here. Does she have... Yeah. Okay, so that what they're doing is they're doing the zipper for these, which makes really no sense, but a zipper is very simple. The complexity is more along the line where the zipper closes. or opens up, and that's it. And for male and female, it goes reverse. Just like with a shirt. A shirt will go reverse for male and female. With where the buttons line up. So, little things you learn when you start changing your gender, you know, clothing. Alright, we kind of already got shapes in both of their pants. It's just a matter of finishing up the shoes. Like I said, I'm going to do hers. I'm going to actually switch it over to this way. I'm still going to do the little rubber bump in the back. Oh, too far. Alright, and we're going to do the eyelets position so I know where I'm at. How many did I give? I gave 5. So I kind of repeat those. I can see all of them on the same side, even if we're looking forward. Ah, crap. Don't tell me it froze. Don't tell me it froze again. It froze. Shoot. Clip paint, fix this problem. Cancel for a second. Did this fix it? Did this fix it? No, it did not. So I gotta do it that way. Save. This needs to go in the right folder. And put the date on it. Inside I'm screaming, feeling lost in a shroud. I wear the smile, but it's just a mask I hide behind. The girl they see is different. I don't know why I opened Word. The girl they see is different from the one they find. Where? Oh. Okay.
Magic hands tremble.
Speaking of love potion limit.
Has gone wild. My fingers twitch, power like a reckless child. I saw Theo tripping over his own 2 feet. His look so cute and ridiculously impossibly sweet. Love potion bubbling, stirring in a Kelly brew. My heart resisting what my mind already knew. Oh, Theo, you're foolish and yet somehow grand. Years pass, here I shout to make a stand.
Alright. Undo that.
Potions explode, shards fly past my face. Theo grinning with charm in this strange place. The hair a mess, their robes catch on fire. Unpredictably cute, you spark my desire. A love potion bubbling, stirring
opening. Damn it.
Years stretch time, inches where rumbles on. Enchantments of love grow stronger, our fears long gone. Theo's power casting chaos in the air, and somehow now I can't care.
I light up the screen with
And
my
to another
dazzling
character that
face.
revealed recently.
Nobody
Alright.
else could ever take my
So
place.
Valorian has appeared
You know
officially in
you're
the comic
all when you
of
look at
Witching.
my name. Hollywood bows to my unmatched fame. I snap my fingers and worlds at my feet. Paparazzi follow me down every street. Got a magic touch you can't deny. Turns dust
And
into gold with just
I think he's currently leading the character that people want to know the more about right now. Poll that I have on DeviantArt.
Got the magic and charm that you'll appreciate. Every scene I steal with just a little wink. I'm the man who makes your heart skip a beat. Directors and agents all come to me. My signature smile, it's the key to the city. They try to mimic, but no one's close. I own the stage, I am the ultimate host. Even in the rain, I never lose my glow. Watch how I shine wherever I go. Awards and accolades stack up high. I'm the legend and I touch the sky. I'm the king of this town, I know I am that great. Got the magic and charm that you'll appreciate. Every scene I steal with just a little wink. I'm the man who makes your heart skip a beat. Even in the rain, I never lose my glow. Watch how I shine wherever I go. Awards and accolades.
They do have a shadow on this character, so I'm going to try and use that. I don't know if they had one on the other one. So, let's go with that.
Town, I know I am that great. Got the magic and charm that you'll appreciate. Every scene I steal with just a little wink. I'm the man who makes your
let's see
heart
here.
skip a beat.
Bippity ploppity, flippity floppity. I'm spitting rhymes full of gibberish profanity. Sippity zoppity, hoppity hip hop. I'm dropping beats, gonna make your heads bop. Riddly raddly diddly daddly do. I'm the king of nonsense. Got no clue, widdly waddly, fiddly faddly air. I'm rapping random words with no care. Wiggly wobbly, dribbly drabbly sounds. I'm making up lyrics, going wild and unbound. Jibbly jabbly, gibberish is my thing. I'm the master of confusion. Listen to me sing.
So that was I want to know why I keep flipping around with the damn panel a little bit. I'm trying to kill an ant. My apartment has had an ant problem since I moved into this damn place, and it comes every freaking when the temperatures warm up. They always come, and I put down a lot of poison to get rid of them, but they still come, and they still come a problem. And right now, having one of those ants being a problem. They're literally getting in the way of all the artwork I'm doing. And it's like, okay, I need to get rid of the damn thing. But it's on the freaking screen! So it's making me to have to press other things to get in the way. Alright, let's see here. Let's do... I can tell Tony came first in design. The company name is after Tony, but the design is very much older design look, and we're going from that design.
Power taken within their control, making deals, selling out all our souls. Promises broken, filled with all lies, never moving their cold iron hearts inside. Whispering evil deals in the hallways, secrets filling the air like always. Truth buried so deeply, never to be seen with our eyes. That no one will care as they fill our heads with lies.
Nope. Actual light there.
Running through their veins, corruption causing us nothing but endless pain. Corruption, binding our nation in chains.
Too much line.
Money fills their pockets as greedy fingers begin to close. The media is filled with deception, nothing but lies. There is nowhere we can hide as we watch freedom's ghost die.
Alright. They go from red to blue, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that blue on both the collections here as the base, and then we'll add in the red. Size blue, so this shade of blue. They do the same thing with the shoe here. Hold on. No, they kind of do it differently. So they do a red upward for it. So let's go with blue down, basic. Enslaving our lives to their will, letting criminals take their fill. They are just destroying it all, burning down every wall, enslaving our lives to their will, letting criminals. We're just gonna keep bringing this in, but where's the opening I'm getting that is exposing this? That's the key. Alright, I see it. It's right there.
There is no way out without paying the price for the polls.
And see, this is the problem, is all this gray, and we're gonna have to do something about this gray tone, because it's too repetitive. It's way too repetitive. That it makes the character look too flat. So we're gonna have to do something about the color. We'll work our way out. So what we'll do, add a lighter gray, and the top hat's top, and sort of on this rim here. So
Under mistletoe each year, joy in hearts
except for one small area which will have shadow of the hat.
Stardew Christmas, so divine. Friends in love, we intertwine.
Kind of do a little bit of a light tone
Crops
here.
never sleep, but hearts awake. Fishing
Then
by
a
the
darker tone
frozen lake.
towards the shadows.
Gather folks from far and near.
I'll even do a little bit darker on the rim.
Stardew Valley Christmas cheer. Under
How do you go from blue to red eyes? That's a really weird tonal change.
joy in hearts this time of year. Stardew Christmas, so divine.
And the color of the pants are even the same freaking gray tone. Jesus Christ. Oh,
Feast on
I'm gonna give it a light gray instead of a straight white tone for the stripe.
warmth in
Oh,
every
shoot.
friendly greet.
Okay, I see.
Around the tree, we share a smile, forgetting worries just for a while. Under mistletoe each year, joy in hearts this time of year. Stardew Christmas, so divine. Friends in love, we
Because we're running the same problem with her hair kind of blending in with her pants too much. If we go with the tonal coloring that they have, which is a very flat tonal coloring. Then we got to get this gray for the cuffs of the pants. And you can see the difference. See, one untouched over on the one that I haven't done any line work versus the one I did some line work. The one that looks better is the one with the line work versus the flat tone of the other one. Simple, small little details add greater impact on the character than just flat designs. So okay, I gotta do
Wands up, lights flash in the gloom, casting spells in the ancient room. Mysteries whisper in the halls, magic blooms where shadow falls.
alright, how's her strings?
Creaking
They're the red again, so we'll do
guardian beast in enchanted sleep. Heroes rise from fields of green to battle dark where none have been. Through the time-worn castle doors, legends breathe on hallowed floors. Challenge fate, defy the night, forge the future with our light. Potion brews and broomsticks fly, chasing dreams across the sky. In the forest, whispered call.
alright, what are the tongues of the shoe at
Classroom doors
black?
swing
Okay.
open wide, knowledge waits.
So they do a black tones. They're still doing this color on this side.
Full hearts cast off their fear. Through the time-worn castle,
So I might as well do
legends breathe on
the rubber there just to make them match. And that's not right. Up.
Pixels dancing on the screen. We've played it all, we've seen the scenes. Time to wrap up this arcade dream. Hear the
So these are supposed to be
curtain fall, it's more
grayish
than it
black.
seems. Like, comment, and subscribe, my friends. This game's over, but it's not the
I think on
end.
both of them. Yeah.
Hit the bell, we'll do it
All right.
again. Thanks for watching to the very end. We've fought the battles, won the prize. In this world of lows and highs. Sign off now with goodbyes. But next stream will rise and surprise. Like, comment, and subscribe, my friends.
Yep. All right. So these are white as well.
The end. Hit the bell, we'll do it again. Thanks for watching to the
And they've got a white soul on both of them.
shutdown. We'll be back with another round. Join in soon, don't lose the sound. Till next time we stand our ground. Like, comment, and subscribe, my friends. This game's over, but it's not the end. Hit the bell, we'll do it again. Thanks for watching to the very
Blue socks. All right. Ah.
Pixels
All right.
fade, the
We need
game
to do
shut
some of these
down.
shading elements, but we also need to do the logos. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a layer, raise it up. That I've already been working on, and we need to kind of do these logo designs. So we're gonna do the logos over on top on as a logo.
Like, comment, and subscribe, my friends. This game's over, but it's not the end. Hit the bell, we'll do it again. Thanks for watching to the very end. Books in the hallway, posters on the wall, pranks all day long, we're having a ball. Running through the dorms, music blasting loud, dancing in the quad, we draw a crowd.
And the reason I'm doing the actual drawing of the G and T and white on a different layer is so I can do the blend that they want without it influencing the white at all. Only reason I'm doing that separate layer.
In the dark, every little scheme leaving a mark. Cafeteria, food fight, turning tables red. Messy, but it's alright, all in our head. Look out, let chaos reign. Let wolves be
Okay.
rent.
Now the white,
We own this place with no
in this case, they come in black on that one. and black on that one. So we need to do black lettering on this one. Try and do as close to the same as we can.
I feel my heart beat like thunderstorm inside, holding back these words I speak only in my mind. Love so strong, but shadows linger in the night. I'd rather be a stranger than make you cry. Still waters run deep in this quiet melody, keeping distance like I'm just a memory. You smile and I shiver when you look my way, but in my silence I keep the storm at bay. Echoes of silence whisper in my soul.
All right.
Truths I can't
So another spot. Yeah, I need to do the one on the hack. Okay.
Every heartbeat, a secret that I'll never tell. Protect you from my darkness, as hard as it is to quell. Love is a fire, but shadows cast too long. I shield the light to keep you from my wrong.
Okay. Now that we got the layers there done, let's go up here and let's try and do the color tones change. So let's get the blues first. Let's shift the red as well as the in the eye. And we'll do this on a different layer so I can control it, but it's going to be awkward nonetheless.
Between us, our hearts still align. I'll hold back my truth until the end
Okay.
of time. Echoes of silence whisper in my soul. Truths I can't utter keep me from losing
No,
control.
I'm doing the eyes different. I'm going to be doing the eyes a little bit differently there, but
A secret that I'll never tell. Protect you from my darkness.
I think that's the way the...
Hard as it
Oh no, it goes the other way. So undo those last two. So it goes red on the top, the blue on the bottom. Select. Back on this layer, we're gonna make that black. Okay. Now with her, we need this purple-esque pink for the changeover. And they kind of want to do it in the hats, the shoes, and the jacket. So we need to... We're going to need to be cautious with the jacket because it's going to be really... altering with the jacket as we go. Get onto the shoe. So I already kind of got the shoe. I need to bring the red into the shoe. Oh, no. Am I missing things? Yes, I am. Okay. Let's start with selecting the right color here. And see, that's a good... damn it. Damn it. Okay, that's a good setup for a highlight on there. I'm going to have to go a little bit darker on this side, because this is where we're establishing the light, so we'll do a little darker tone there.
I built a fortress high and wide,
But we'll come back to this color.
where shadows can't dare to collide.
They seem to collide on the middle here.
My daughter's wrapped in winds of steel.
So this is a new song. This is Tempest Rage.
Keep them safe, my hate's
For those that have read Demon Blade 2013, this is crap. Hold on. These would need to be on a different layer. This would be Mai and Ino's father singing about how he wants to protect his family. From the world, but at the same time, the world is kind of what brings the damage to him.
of jagged stone.
And his viewpoint crashing around him.
Each crack it calls their names to tread, but I'd rather fight till I am dead. Tempest rage, it twists the skies, a fire burning in my eyes. No hero could
I still need to do the
take this stage.
pockets on this too, so let's
Face the storm
do that on a separate layer,
in rage.
because they got this. If you're gonna have an inner pocket, it's not gonna go
Pierce with steadfast will.
like they kind of draw this, which is over and over. If it's a zip up, you don't have an inner pocket that zips
His
up
heart is still.
like this.
He fights beside when night has stayed, but I see danger in his hate. My wrath cannot be stilled or
So very much the end of this song being
for love like his.
Spring
I
Tempest's
see as bright.
disdain for
Should he
Tetsu
fall,
/ Tetra coming
then
in,
win.
and helping his children, because he feels that any human would be
Let my
detrimental to his kind. So that is where this song persists from. Is the rage that he has for against humans. Justfully so. I mean, we'll get into Yoku in the series. People will get to see Yoku and play out a bit more. And Yoku is the reason why he disdains humans. Yoku is very much the reason he
Pierce with
disdains humans.
steadfast will.
Damn it.
His hands won't rest, his heart is
I
still.
put this on the upper layer. That's why it looks weird. Alright.
He fights beside when night has stayed, but I see danger in his aid. A scar in the sky rips our time apart. Echoes of fear in the depths of my heart. Through the ages we run, dreams hanging by threads. Chasing a shadow of futures full of dread. Lavos will fall, fire in the night. We'll tear the veil, make a wrong into right. Through time's broken glass, we will answer the call.
We need to do the silver.
We rise, we fight is fall.
And I know this doesn't look very good. It's like, okay, what are you gonna do?
Cursed by the silence of an ancient scream.
Just sort of trace lines.
We carry the weight of a fractured dream. Mountains will crumble as the clock hands turn. A spark of rebellion in our hearts will burn. Oh, the darkness seeks to swallow us whole, stealing the hours, tearing at our souls. But we're warriors bound by history's tether. We'll rewrite the script forever together. Loud foes will fall, fire in the night. We'll tear the veil, make a wrong into right. Through time's broken glass, we will answer the call. We rise, we fight, for Lavos is full. Winds of time whisper, let you reign.
All right, what timer we got? I just want to make sure I'm got the time still going. All right, there, 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 to there, 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 and then in the middle, kind of do a knot, do a lace, our loop there in the shoe, and then we'll do the white over it.
Broken lines in the sand, no one's reaching out a hand. Walls around us getting high, lost in the tears we cry. Different paths in the night, lying to each other's light.
And as you guys can hear, probably, yeah, it's we got nasty rain outside my door. Which is why I said we got a flood warning earlier. Warriors, best viewer, another spam bot of the evening, spam bot of the evening. Warriors, yep, spam bot of the evening tonight, folks. I love how they type in and then they're like, remove the space so you can click on it and remove the space. Yes, remove the space. It's like, seriously? You're a spam bot, and it's why Twitch needs to fix it or close down. Honestly, I mean, my viewership sucks on Twitch, and there's no and Twitch is just a horrible platform at many points. We're still here, though, and we'll stay on it until we either get kicked off or it dies. Only reason I'm still on it is because I am an Amazon creator. My works are on Amazon, featured on Amazon. They've been that way since before Amazon acquired Twitch and before Twitch even existed. So it's not like I've got much to say there. But Amazon owns Twitch, and it's an area that Amazon really needs to fix, in my opinion. Damn it. Keep forgetting I'm on a different layer. Alright, let's... Gray, 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 gray. few times you'll see both ends where they're at. Do they get white laces or do they get blue laces? They get white laces. Go ahead and kind of... That one was bad. Kind of signal these from where they need to go to where they need to go. Okay, roll it, roll it. There we go. Goes to there. Goes to there. They come together in the top. You put a knot and a loop. Work your way down when adding the white. Alright, do the last line of laces. Then we need to do some tone and a quick background in this one. Like I said, we need to fix the tone of the outfits they're wearing. Because it's all a little too bland. Let's fix the loop a little bit there. We'll add a black around it. And then I'll do one right there. Alright. Still need shadow on the guy, on Tony, which they have a shadow. Okay, they do have a shadow. It's very, very faint. But their shadow should be like run down here. Under the hat. Then there should be a little shadow underneath. A little shadow on the bottom of the lip. Next shadow. Shadow of the ear. Then we're going to do the shadow. Since we've established the light source, we kind of know where we're going from. This needs to be fixed right here. That looks like a very broken finger. Still looks like a broken finger, but we can fix it. God damn it. I'm on a different layer, so I need to fix this. least those. Well, no, I need to fix all of it. Alright. Back down the layer we need to be on. Up.
Fighting to stay free. Worry, I'm the monster. Fears consuming me.
All right.
Look into the mirror. Don't know who I see. Stranger to my soul now. What if it's still me?
Okay, now we need to add some tonal to the outfits. And I think the best way is going to be doing another layer and doing some dark tone, just doing some quick shade. So I'm going to show a quick technique here. We really need to get to work on this though fast because it's going to be getting to overtime. We might have to go into overtime with this. So both characters there. I don't want to have the hair openings. Alright. So, we're going to go quickly with this next layer. So we already established shadows are coming, or highlight and shadow is going this way. So what we'll do is on certain spots, now that we have them on a separate layer, oh wait, why am I not showing? Come on. What the hell? Why am I not showing this pen on this layer? Bring it up top, make sure we have it. What the hell? Oh, I know why. Duh. I didn't have it on invert. Now, I only suggest people that have experience kind of do this with lighting and how it affects. Because it's going to act a little weird. No, I'm not keeping a steady line because it's not going to be a steady line. You're going to have fluctuations in the way the clothing falls and whatnot. And we're gonna have a little bit of a light here, light here, light here. Still gotta do their freaking eyes too. I am going to kind of need to bring this up higher. I thought I wouldn't, but I'm going to have to bring it up at least one layer higher. Or excuse me, wrong way. There. It needs to be reversed. There. Okay. A lot of shadow there. Heavy shadow here. Heavy shadow. Alright. Then the pants.
At the good old FU, the classrooms are strange. Lessons on llamas and how to arrange a symphony played on a can full of beans, and quantum mechanics in worn-out jeans. Fight, fight for good old FU, where nonsense
All right,
and
let's see how well
learning
these do.
collide too true. Raise your
Too far.
pencils,
All
lift
right.
your mug so high, for the land of weird dreams will never say die.
See, this is where it's really complicated. Let's see how well he does. Not good. All right, so what we'll do is we'll do some. We'll grab our shade. Let's see, bring this up. We'll just use the eraser tool to help.
Fight for good old FU, where jello molds and theories brew. Wave your flags of glitter and glue. We march to the future at good old FU. Oh, each year for the school that teaches it all, from juggling jellyfish to murling a wall. Under the banner bazaar, we'll stay true, creating chaos and brilliance at good old FU. Practical pickle studies, 5 days a week. How to whistle in space without missing a beat. We'll mix tap dancing with astrophysics too. So much to learn at our favorite FU. Fight, fight for good old FU, where jello molds and theories brew. Wave your flags of glitter and glue. We march to the future at good old FU.
Let's bring it out. Get a bit. Really quickly. I'm not going to do too much with the shoe, but we'll do a little bit here. This is why I kind of say, you know, I like to limit these drawings to about one one character in general, because yeah, we're pushing the limit of tonight's stream, and it's not intentional. And I have I have to get to bed tonight, not at 4 in the morning, because I got somebody coming at 10, and I need to be up and ready for it. So let's not do the face. We already kind of did the face. Separate the face from here. We gotta fix the crown too, because we gotta do some highlight. Hands already done, so we don't need that. All right. We're just gonna add, let's see, I think it's darken the image. We're just gonna slowly fade this. I need to fix the hand here. Now we'll do a real quick background. Real quick background. Why is it doing that? Okay, let's do. Still gotta do their eyes. I missed one spot in the eye. I need to get fixed. So here. Damn it. Real small crevice I need to hit. There we go. Alright. hers need to be purplish. Actually, yeah. Reverse those. I'm still gonna do hers purplish on the top, but he needs to the red should really be lower because it's a lighter color. Now we'll just do something real quick with the background.
Building friendships day by day. In this place I want to stay. Under the star-blue sky, where the stars shine so high. In the moonlight we will play. Simple life, here to stay. Under the stars at night, everything feels so right. In this world we belong, together we're strong.
And we'll just try and do a quick version of their logo in the background. If I can. Let's see here. No, it's not gonna really show. It's not gonna really show if I do it. I think that'll probably do. I mean, we're on the last few minutes here where we would be calling it anyway, so might as well. So yeah, there's our quick draw of these two. Let me make sure I get it fully in the image here. We'll of course release a video with this in a bit tomorrow, so we'll do that. And yeah, I definitely want to thank Jesus Citadino for joining in and chatting, and also for Cooking Dojo drop in and chatting briefly for the stream tonight. As always, go out there and be the best you that you can be. Have a wonderful evening, wonderful week, and a wonderful year. And we'll see y'all next week as we tackle a new topic and a new request. Good night, everybody.
Lights go down streams and